Chapter 1562. Night fell. A wild roar came from the depths of the mountains. Along with this roar, the earth shook. It was time for the demon beasts to come. Boom, boom, boom. Rumble, rumble. The scene had completely changed. It was as if the daytime was a peaceful battlefield, but at night, the battle instantly broke out. Artillery fire filled the sky, and the killing continued. In the quiet canyon, the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. The three of them slowly walked forward with their backs against the rocks. Gu Zhongtian said, "It's time for the demon beasts to dominate. This flame mountain range is filled with fire-type demon beasts, and the 9 Suns flower the great Elder Lin is looking for is the same. I heard from those disciples that the 9 Suns flower only grows in lava and absorbs the fire essence of the lava." Madman Su said, "I wonder what use this 9 Suns flower has." Gu Zhongtian said, "This kind of extreme yang divine grass is priceless. It is something that cannot be bought with money. Great Elder Lin definitely has a use for it, but it is very difficult to obtain the spirit grass of heaven and earth. Those who are fated will know. This has always been the rule of choosing a host for the spirit treasure of heaven and earth. It is the same in the lower realms, and it is the same in the divine realm." Luo Tian did not say anything. He had always been in charge of guarding. His cultivation was the highest, so his consciousness could spread out the furthest. Suddenly, Luo Tian's body suddenly stopped. He squatted down and said in a low voice, "Danger!" The two of them immediately squatted down. Looking ahead, there was only darkness. There were no demonic beasts in sight, just as Gu Zhongtian was looking at Luo Tian in confusion. Rumble, rumble. A huge figure was flung out. Bam! It was a flame, golden-winged tiger that was burning all over. It was incomparably huge, like a small mountain. Holy **T. Luo Tian's heart sank. After hearing that the demon beasts in the Flame Mountain Range were powerful, he did not care. But now that he saw this flame, golden-winged tiger, he immediately changed his opinion. The most frightening thing was that this flame tiger was a Class 2 demon beast. How strong was this? Gu Zhongtian's face turned pale from fright. His entire body was pressed against the rock. His body was as low as it could be. His back was instantly covered in cold sweat. Madman Su was also at a loss. None of them had ever seen a demonic beast from the blazing mountain range. They were completely stunned by this blazing golden-winged tiger. Most importantly, this flaming tiger was directly flung out. Then wouldn't the one inside be even stronger? Gu Zhongtian lowered his voice and said with a trembling voice, "Brother, what should we do? It won't be long before he discovers us. Even if you're a rank 4 deity, you're still no match for him." Madman Su also looked at Luo Tian. At this critical moment, they completely treated Luo Tian as their backbone. Luo Tian's eyebrows sank as he thought to himself, "Riches and honor come from danger. If you don't go crazy, you won't become a demon." Immediately after, Luo Tian said, "You two find a place to hide. No matter what happens to me, don't come out." As he spoke, Luo Tian stood up. Gu Zhongtian pulled him back and said, "What do you want to do? Aren't you afraid of death? Although this flaming tiger is injured, it's still more than enough to crush you. Come with us and find a place to hide. Don't go crazy." Madman Su also said, "Boss, it's better to hide." They thought that Luo Tian wanted to die. It was just that Luo Tian was grateful in his heart and said, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to throw away my life. Just hide well, I have a way to deal with it." While they were talking, Luo Tian held his breath and quietly moved over. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian looked at each other, puzzled by Luo Tian's craziness. But since Luo Tian had stepped forward, they did not hide and followed him. If they were brothers, then they would attack together. At this moment, hiss! The 12 legs of the giant flame scorpion moved crazily. Wherever its huge body went, it would be a mess. The The speed of its movement was too fast, as if it was flying close to the ground. Roar! The flame, golden-winged tiger shook its bleeding head and roared at the giant flame scorpion. Its front claws dug into the ground, and its fangs were exposed. With a push of its hind legs, it flew into the sky and pounced towards the giant flame scorpion. The giant scorpion was not afraid at all. The moment the flame tiger pounced down, the poisonous needles on its long, poisonous scorpion tail shot out like a torrential rain of pear blossoms. Chee, 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 awoo, awoo! The flame tiger screamed a few times in the air, but its speed did not decrease. Instead, it became even more ferocious than before. The sharp claws on its front claws were like scimitars that flashed with a cold light, pressing down towards the back of the giant scorpion. The flaming tiger is going to lose, Luo Tian muttered. At this moment, he immediately transformed into beast mode and entered stealth mode. Killing system. Beast martial system. Whether it was killing people or beheading demon beasts, it could level up. The flame, golden-winged tiger could not hold on for long, so he had to take advantage of this opportunity. It was impossible for them to kill a second-stage fire-type demon beast with their strength alone. Luo Tian had been waiting for this opportunity. Boss? Huh? What does he want to do? Gu Zhongtian lowered his voice as he watched Luo Tian disappear from his side. He started to worry. Then, Gu Zhongtian said to Madman Su, "We need to attract the attention of that giant scorpion." Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The flame, golden-winged tiger pressed down. It directly pressed the giant flame scorpion to the ground. However, before it could bite down, the poisonous needle on its tail suddenly changed into an incomparably thick, flaming steel needle. It aimed at the abdomen of the flame, golden-winged tiger and pierced it down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The giant needle directly pierced the flame, golden-winged tiger and sent it flying, hitting a rock on the side of the canyon. Awoo! The flame, golden-winged tiger let out a painful scream as flame-like blood continued to gush out from its abdomen. HP continued to drop. The giant flame scorpion revealed a complacent look as it slowly walked towards the flame, golden-winged tiger. Thinking about the delicious meal in front of it, it couldn't help but become excited. "Grandson, Grandpa is here. Come on, come and bite me." Gu Zhongtian suddenly poked his head out from the bushes and said mockingly to the giant flame scorpion. The giant flame scorpion seemed to understand. It turned its body, and the poisonous needle on its tail suddenly pierced out. Its pace also increased in an instant. Gu Zhongtian almost peed his pants. The poisonous needle flew past his face. If he was hit, he would lose his life. At this moment, his soul was almost scared out of his body. It was also at this time that Madman Su suddenly appeared from the other side. "Grandpa is here." The giant flame scorpion turned its body again. Just as the two of them were attracting the attention of the giant flame scorpion, Luo Tian quickly rushed to the side of the flame, golden-winged tiger. Looking at the last bit of HP above its head, Luo Tian laughed excitedly and punched it. "Give me your body!" Good night, everyone. The 3 chapters will be updated as usual tomorrow. Chapter 1563. Killing people could level up. Killing monsters could also level up. Looking at the dying flame, golden-winged tiger, Luo Tian punched down. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing flame golden-winged tiger for obtaining 200 God Essence. Do you wish to replace it? Replace. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing to a rank 2 demon god. On the other side, Madman Su's arm was pierced by a venomous scorpion stinger, causing blood to flow nonstop. As for Gu Zhongtian, he was sent flying. "Boss, are you done? We can't hold on any longer." Madman Su endured the pain and shouted. He really couldn't hold on any longer. This flame scorpion was simply too perverted. Its strength was comparable to a rank 5 god's cultivation. Gu Zhongtian leaned against a rock and panted. Every time I'm with this kid, I have to risk my life. I really miss my previous continent. I really shouldn't have come to this damned divine realm. It's so good to be an overlord in the lower planes, but he just had to play with a few women in the divine realm. Bah. He just had to chase after the peak of the martial Dao. Now that he's chasing it, he's going to die here. He continued to chatter. He really regretted it. There was a saying that one would rather be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail. Facing that angry flame scorpion, Gu Zhongtian was in despair. This fellow was too amazing. He couldn't even get close. Leaning on the rock and watching the flame scorpion walk away step by step, Gu Zhongtian let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. Oh, God, give me another chance. I definitely won't come to this damn God domain. I hate this place. I hate everything here. But in his heart, he said, I didn't even get to play with a single girl, and I'm going to die. This is 2F** cat up. The scorpion's tail moved. It directly transformed into an extremely thick stinger. It was as thick as an arm. If this stinger hit him, his head would explode. Gu Zhongtian roared out, Come on, if you have the guts, come and kill me. I'm not afraid of you. Even if he had to die a little more heroically. The giant flaming scorpion seemed to have understood. It moved its huge tail, and the huge poisonous stinger started to spin like a spinning awl. There were waves of energy around it, and it made Gu Zhongtian's chest feel stuffy. Seeing this, Gu Zhongtian's heart turned cold. We're going to die. We're going to die. His voice was trembling. The giant flaming tail moved, and the stinger shot out. Gu Zhongtian closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. My journey in the deity realm has come to an end. Suddenly, he felt his body become light, as if he was being lifted up by a force. His eyes widened. Is there a need for you to fight over it? Huh. Didn't the blazing golden-winged tiger get nailed to the canyon by the giant scorpion? Why are you? Gu Zhongtian was startled. He immediately became excited and said, It's you? Luo Tian's, or Kmode, leveled up. He became a golden-winged flame tiger. At the critical moment, he saved Gu Zhongtian and then roared at Madman Su, who was not far away. Gu Zhongtian immediately shouted, Madman at him, Hurry up and come up. That giant flame scorpion is about to go berserk. Ha ha ha. This is great. Madman Su was also stunned. Looking at the blazing golden-winged tiger flying in the sky, his brain could not react. Just a moment ago, he was just a human. How did he become a tiger now? A real demon beast of the flame mountain range. What are you in a daze for? Hurry up and come up. Gu Zhongtian shouted. Madman Su reacted and quickly rushed up, climbing onto the back of the flaming tiger. Luo Tian immediately flew to a high altitude. It was also at this time. The giant flame scorpion's tail turned into many needle holes, aiming at Luo Tian, who was in the air, and shooting at him. Holy **T. Hit the plane. Luo Tian cursed in his heart and said to the two of them in his mind, Hold on tight. I want to do a few difficult flying moves. Facing the giant scorpion stinger that was like an anti-aircraft gun, Luo Tian's mind flashed with the battle techniques from the future sci-fi movies in his previous life. Hold on tight, it's about to begin! His body tilted, 90 degrees rotation. It was almost flying close to the canyon wall. Oh, this feeling is too good, ha ha ha! Bang, bang, bang. The giant scorpion stinger hit the canyon wall twice, and it was as if there was an explosion. The rocks exploded, and countless gravel fell down. There were several times when they were only a few centimeters away from Luo Tian's tiger, but... Aha! Boss, this is too awesome. Madman Su was extremely excited. Gu Zhongtian, on the other hand, mocked the giant flame scorpion on the ground. Grandson, come again, come and hit me again. Your sister, I almost peed my pants because of you. Come and do it to me now. Ta, 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 ta. Like a machine gun, it shot out crazily. Gu Zhongtian opened his eyes and immediately hugged Luo Tian's back and said loudly, "A new round of bombing has begun. Damn it, hold on tight." Luo Tian reminded in his mind. Facing the overwhelming number of stingers, there was no place to hide, except for the ground at a low altitude, just as the stingers were about to hit. "Awoo!" Luo Tian roared and retracted his wings. Swish! His body fell straight down. "Boss, I am still a virgin. I still want to get a few beauties from the divine domain. Are you trying to play me to death? Madman, compared to you, Madman Su is like heaven and earth." The two of them screamed. This feeling of free fall was simply too cool, and their hearts seemed to rush to their throats. A few meters away from the ground, boom! They spread their wings with all their might, and the powerful force lifted them up. They flew up again like gliders, spinning 360 degrees in the sky and flying in a straight line into the sky. Then Luo Tian retracted his wings again. "One more time. I'm going to pee. My shit is going to come out. I want to go home. I'd rather be a slave in Shentian Prefecture for 100 years than be with this madman." Luo Tian said in his mind, "I'm going to kill this guy. Otherwise, none of us can escape." The body of the flame, golden-winged tiger was too heavy to fly too high. In the sky, it would directly become a live target for the giant flame scorpion. If they didn't kill it, they would be shot down sooner or later. They must kill it. Madman Su's eyes darkened and said, "How can we kill it?" The flame, golden-winged tiger couldn't beat it just now, and it's still the same now. It's impossible at all. Gu Zhongtian said, "Big brother, Grandpa, don't joke, okay?" Luo Tian laughed excitedly. "Have you heard of a human bomb?" "Awoo! Son of a bitch. F***ck me, I'll blast you to death. Here comes the human bomb." There are 2 more chapters in the evening, updated at 9:30 and 10:30. Chapter 1564. We're going to die. We're going to die. We're really going to die. Madman Su had always thought of himself as a madman, but now he couldn't help but shout out loud. Gu Zhongtian was even more so. Falling from such a high altitude, he would directly become a human bomb. This was the rhythm of falling into meat paste. However, Luo Tian was extremely excited. "Ha ha ha. I'll blast you to death." This was the only way. If they didn't get rid of the giant flame scorpion, they wouldn't be able to escape. The giant flame scorpion seemed to have sensed the danger, but it did not retreat, nor did it move. It was extremely unhappy that it had not been able to attack Luo Tian. Now that the flame, golden-winged tiger was falling vertically with 2 humans, it might as well shoot them down with one shot. Immediately, the huge tail moved. Crack! Just like a cannon barrel, it changed into a large caliber one. An incomparably thick stinger was loaded with bullets, locking onto the falling Luo Tian. "Boss, it's going to fire its stinger. What should we do if this goes on? What should we do? We'll be blown to pieces by this scorpion stinger. Hurry up and think of something." When the 2 of them were shouting, Luo Tian had already reacted and shouted in his heart, "God, explosion! Divine fire!" Regardless of whether it was useful or not, he would release it first. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! Luo Tian did not bombard the giant flame scorpion on the ground, but the rocks not far away from him. The change of the divine fire was simply unable to kill the giant flame scorpion in an instant. Rumble! A loud sound rang out. A large piece of rock was blasted out. Luo Tian moved and said, "Try to grab 1 or 2 large rocks." Madman Su said, "Boss, what exactly do you want to do?" Gu Zhongtian was startled for a moment. "Idiot, grab the rocks to increase the gravity and speed up the fall. Oh my God, it's hard not to turn into meat paste now." Indeed, the giant flame scorpion still needed a bit of time to fire its stinger. During this time, they had to accelerate their descent. Although he knew this, Gu Zhongtian still tried his best to grab a piece of rock that flew out from the explosion. Madman Su also managed to grab a piece. Luo Tian moved his 4 limbs and grabbed a very large rock. The weight increased. His falling speed increased. Rumble. He's here. Super suicide bomber. You son of a bitch. Go meet the king of hell. Luo Tian roared inwardly. Both the man and the rock were smashed down heavily. It smashed directly onto the tail of the giant flame scorpion. Crack! Crack! Kacha! The giant flaming scorpion's tail was like a broken bone. It broke off section by section and finally smashed into the giant flaming scorpion's back. Its back caved in and red liquid gushed out. The giant flaming scorpion screamed in pain. His body continued to struggle. Still not dead? Luo Tian fiercely bit the scorpion's body with his 2 long fangs. His scimitar-like claws tore the scorpion apart. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Giant Flaming Scorpion for obtaining 300 Divine Essence points. Ding! Do you want to replace it? Yes. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the body of Giant Flaming Scorpion. Sigh, I just changed my body. I didn't gain any experience and didn't break through. I'm really unhappy. I'm only a little stronger than the flaming, golden-winged tiger. Luo Tian was a little unhappy in his heart. The moment he replaced the body of the giant flaming scorpion, Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian, who had just walked through the gates of hell, crawled up from the ruins. Their eyes were startled as they saw another intact giant flaming scorpion beside them. The 2 of them were dumbfounded. Run! Gu Zhongtian ran away. Madman Su asked curiously, Boss? Buzz. Luo Tian's body changed into his original body. He exhaled heavily and said, Smart! At this moment, he was drenched in sweat. The Beastman mode was also extremely tired. Gu Zhongtian, who had run far away, turned around and saw that it was Luo Tian. He turned around and said, Are you trying to scare us to death? Luo Tian laughed and said, You guys received a fright today, so I used the rock-roasted scorpion meat to calm you guys down. The meat of the flaming golden-winged tiger is fine too. An hour later. So satisfying. Damn it, I feel like all the things I ate before were trash. This is too satisfying. I've lived in vain before. There's actually such a delicacy in this world. The 2 of them ate heartily. Their mouths were covered in oil and their stomachs were bulging. They were feeling extremely good. Luo Tian laughed. How's the pressure? Not bad. It would be even better if we had another meal. Gu Zhongtian picked his teeth and said, his face full of desire. If it wasn't for the fact that he had finished all the barbecue meat, he would still be able to eat a thigh. Madman Su burped and said with tears in his eyes, Boss, I will follow you for the rest of my life. As long as you can let me eat such delicious barbecue meat, I will do anything you ask me to do, even if I have to be a cow or a horse. Luo Tian was puzzled and said, Why is everyone around me a foodie, Sai? After eating and drinking enough, the shock has also been suppressed. It's time to set off. There will be a lot of demon beasts at night, and I'll kill another 70 or 80 of them. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Luo Tian said excitedly. At the same time, he missed the days of hunting demon beasts in the past. Killing demon beasts gave him experience, and he could even obtain all sorts of demon beasts' abilities and cultivation methods. But now, other than a little bit of divine essence, there was not a single fart. He could not help but ask in his heart, Little Flower, can I choose to change back to the previous system? The killing system is really not suitable for me, and when the system leveled up, my cultivation techniques seemed to have no effect. This is 2F** cat up. My dragon god forbidden technique. My 4 divine beasts bloodline. My divine explosion, my divine fire, my ancient tree. These awesome things have all become trash in the divine realm. Didn't you and the system designer just want me to kill more people? Then let all of my cultivation techniques break free from the restraints of the divine realm's laws and let them return to their previous strength. Then I can kill whoever I want, roam the divine realm, and crush the divine king. Isn't this the result you want? Change it, Some begged. Since the system wanted him to kill more people, then he had to give him enough power. Moreover, he still liked the system from before. Little Flower was silent for a few seconds, and in these few seconds, it was as if she was communicating with some kind of energy. Then her eyes flashed with a bright light, and she said, "In view of your suggestions, the higher-ups have already agreed, but you must kill target number 1 in order to get the reward you want. Can they all change back? Can they all become stronger?" This was the question Luo Tian was most concerned about. Little Flower smiled mysteriously and said, "Guess." The Divine Realm chapter. Old Cow wanted to write something new. Since everyone did not like it, Old Cow also felt anxious. Since that was the case, then release everything. Luo Tian would become a killing god and sweep through everything. There was still one more chapter at night. Chapter 1565. He did not know if it was good luck or bad luck. They did not encounter a single demon beast in the entire canyon. Luo Tian was somewhat disappointed. However, Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian were secretly delighted, afraid that Luo Tian would be involved in a life and death situation again. Early in the morning, the forest was shrouded in fog. "Boss, look." Suddenly, Madman Su stopped and looked at a few disciples patrolling not far away, as if they were looking for something. At this time, Gu Zhongtian also rushed back and said, "The situation is not right. This seems to be a gathering point. I just found that all the brothers of the slave camp in the north side have been captured and locked up. Didn't they say that slaves are free in the trial competition?" "Why," Madman Su angrily said, "I knew there would be no such good thing. Why bother? We can do it directly in the Shengtian prefecture." Luo Tian said, "Slightly. It should be related to the 9 Suns flower. The reason why we didn't kill those slaves is because they are still useful." When they participated in the trial competition, Luo Tian knew that there was a conspiracy. Now he was even more certain of this. "What should we do now?" Gu Zhongtian asked. Madman Su also looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian said, "Without them leading the way, we don't know where the 9 Suns flower is. If we just hide here for a few days and go back alive, I'm afraid that the great elder of the Lin family will not let us go. 9 Suns flower. As long as we get this thing, we will definitely be able to regain our freedom." Freedom. It was very important to them. Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su nodded their heads heavily, secretly clenching their fists. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came. "Where the hell are those 3 slaves hiding? I haven't slept all night. I'm exhausted. I really don't know what Elder Han wants the 3 of them for. They're just 3 slaves. They're not important at all. Anyway, we still have so many slaves. They are enough to serve as cannon fodder in the fiery abyss. Damn it, don't let me meet those 3 dogs. Otherwise, I will definitely teach them a lesson." Several outer sect disciples were talking as they walked. They were getting closer and closer to Luo Tian's position. Furthermore, Luo Tian and the other 2 did not expect that there would be people behind them. Now, if they moved, they would be discovered. Madman Su lowered his voice and asked, "What should we do?" Where is he? Why did he suddenly disappear? Oh my God! Gu Zhongtian blurted out in astonishment as a thought crossed his mind. "Don't tell me he's turning into the giant fiery scorpion again!" Madman Su was also stunned. At this moment, a blood-curdling scream sounded out as an outer sect disciple fell to the ground. His throat was crushed, and he was instantly killed. The other 2 were scared silly. Luo Tian's figure sank as he said faintly, Now that you've found it, you can go and meet the king of hell. It's you? That's him. Elder Han wants this slave. You bastard, don't count yourself lucky that I've finally met you. If I don't peel off a layer of your skin, I'll change my surname to yours. You made me unable to rest for the entire night. As he spoke, a gust of wind came crushing over at an extremely fast speed. Finally, Luo Tian's speed was even faster than his. Cultivation base, the suppression of the realm. That disciple was only a third-stage divine expert, while Luo Tian was already a fourth-stage divine expert. The two fists collided. Bam! The collision of power caused the disciple's shoulder to spit backwards. His bones directly pierced out, and all the bones at the joints of his 5 fingers shattered. Ah! Before he could even scream, Luo Tian grabbed his mouth, and with a move of his right hand, he directly flipped that person over. Using his palm as a blade, he slashed that person's throat. Dead. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian, the system sounded out. Nothing dropped. The other person was scared silly. He instantly knelt on the ground, covered his mouth with both hands, and shook his head as he stammered. I don't know how to call for help. I didn't see anything. I beg you. Please spare my life. I beg you. Spare your life? Then who spared my life? Didn't you want me to die? Luo Tian didn't have any hesitation. In such a situation, he would definitely hesitate. With a move of his body, he punched that person's head. Bam! Ah! A scream pierced through the morning of the assembly point. That person was also dead. It was just that Luo Tian's face changed slightly as he secretly shouted, "This is bad! Run!" Without saying another word, Luo Tian immediately shouted at Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian, "Run! Laozi wants to see where you can run to." A deep voice could be heard. As the voice faded, Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su's bodies were directly sent flying by a powerful force, and they fell heavily to the ground. Puff! Puff! Both of them spat out a large mouthful of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper, and their auras were extremely weak. As their bodies fell, a figure stood 1 meter away from Luo Tian before they landed. His eyes were cold as he sneered disdainfully, "Want to run? I let you run away once on the Sky Sword. Do you think you can run away again this time?" Han Xiu, the first reward target. It was also the purpose of Luo Tian's trip. Seeing his appearance, Luo Tian's eyes slightly tightened, and a murderous intent flowed out. He said in a deep voice, "Am I A******? Or did I play with your sister? You said that I won the Iron Cage battle, but you didn't admit it after I won. You tried to kill me on the sky ship, and you sent all kinds of people to watch me in Shentian Prefecture. Han Xiu, let me ask you, am I that easy to bully?" The anger in his heart was rising little by little. Originally, Luo Tian still wanted to make a breakthrough before killing the first target, but now that he had encountered him, there was only one word to describe it: fight. Who was afraid of who? Han Xiu's eyes were wide open as he angrily rebuked, "Is my name something a lowly person like you can call?" Huh. 4th stage deity. Your speed is really fast. No wonder that old thing Mo Chong Kong would protect you. So you're really special. Tell me, how did you cultivate with Lin Yu? To what extent has her blood been refined? And why didn't you die after cultivating with her? As for why I didn't go with you, the reason is very simple. I don't like it. Overbearing. The one who spoke was completely disdainful. Luo Tian's heart secretly trembled. Without thinking much, he sneered, "You don't like it? You will feel very good soon." Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly moved. 8 desolations, 6 directions. His hands moved. His footsteps became steady, and then a fist swept out. Han Xiu sneered in disdain. "You trash! You are courting death!" The power of a 6th stage deity was released. A palm directly crushed over. Luo Tian did not dodge, and directly faced it head-on. One word, fight. Brothers, good night. Chapter 1566. Along with the noise, more and more people gathered around the assembly point. Who is this person? He actually dares to challenge Elder Han? I think he's a slave. Look at his clothes and the slave tag on his neck. He's a slave. A slave actually dares to challenge Elder Han? Isn't he courting death? Elder Han, there's no need for you to deal with trash like this. Call me, and I'll send him to his knees with one punch. A disciple stepped forward, wanting to show off in front of Han Xiu and seize the opportunity to steal the limelight. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple took a step forward and landed in front of Luo Tian. Damn slave, you dare to, before he could finish speaking. His pupils constricted as he saw a fist rushing towards his head. Bang! His head exploded and blood splattered. His entire body swayed and his eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground. Dead. Instant kill. Luo Tian kicked that person's corpse away and coldly snorted. Nice, right? Although the outer sect disciple's cultivation wasn't high, he was still a rank 3 deity. Yet he was instantly killed. What was up with the slave? Shocking. The surrounding outer sect disciples were all stunned. Instant kill. Was he really a slave? Was there such a powerful person in the slave camp? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "This slave's cultivation is a rank 4 deity. How is that possible? How can a slave break through to rank 4 deity? Damn, his cultivation is higher than most of the outer sect disciples." The crowd whispered among themselves. Among the outer disciples, there was a disciple wearing a thick black robe. His head was covered with a black cloth, and his eyes flashed as he muttered, "He's actually a type 4 deity? Is it because of the powerful evil energy in his body?" If one were to pay attention, one would discover that his voice was very soft and gentle. It was impossible for a man to make such a sound. Lin Yu she had mixed in with the outer sect disciples. Mo Changkong didn't allow her to participate in the competition, so she disguised herself and mixed in with the outer sect disciples. Luo Tian swept his gaze across the crowd and said, "Who else is unhappy? Who else wants to step on me and climb up? Just come out." Rank 4 deities were considered powerful existences in the outer sect. None of the outer sect disciples dared to make a sound. Even a few rank 4 deity disciples didn't participate in the battle. The reason was simple. They weren't here to fight a slave. They were here to train and search for the 9 Suns flower. So what if they defeated Luo Tian? Luo Tian's voice was cold as he said, "Since you don't, then scram to the side." "How dare you?" Han Xiu could no longer hold back. His rank 6 divine might surged out and charged at Luo Tian. Luo Tian did not dodge at all. Facing the attack head-on, there was only one word for it. Do it! Bang! Boom! When the two forces collided, all heaven's body sank. His arm felt as if it had been crippled, and he was sent flying backward. He slammed into a towering tree, causing creaking sounds to ring out as if it were about to break. So strong! Luo Tian's heart trembled. A rank 6 deity strength was enough to suppress a rank 4 deity like him. Han Xiu smiled coldly and said, "A mere slave dares to act so impudently in front of me, Han Xiu. Last time, on the skyship, I let you escape. This time, let's see who can save you." Boom! Ferocious tiger fist. A burst of energy was released. Suddenly, the shadow of a ferocious tiger appeared on Han Xiu's body. As he moved, the shadow of the ferocious tiger moved as well. Step by step, he walked towards Luo Tian. The surrounding outer sect disciples were forced back by this powerful force and had difficulty breathing. He's going to die. That slave is going to die. Elder Han actually used the peak rank 3 divine skill, Ferocious Tiger Fist. That brat is dead for sure. A slave dares to be so arrogant. He must be tired of living. Look at him. He still wants to resist. He's overestimating himself. Luo Tian slowly stood up, his eyes locked. He thought to himself, not a match? Not a match? Really not a match? Looking at the words target number 1 above Han Xiu's head, he clenched his fists tightly. Even if I'm not a match, I still have to do it. Boom! Divine burst. Damn it. Divine burst. At least have the word divine in your name. Can't you burst out some power? He cursed in his heart. At this moment, in his mind, the black divine spark suddenly began to move. The moment he clenched his fists, a black flame suddenly appeared on Luo Tian's fists. The flame circled around his fists. No one noticed the black flame on Luo Tian's fists. Even Luo Tian himself did not notice it. However, when Lin Yu saw it, her eyes darkened. She thought to herself, it's this power, Dark Do Qi. This what kind of background does he have? What is his identity? How can he have Dark Do Qi? Lin Yu had flipped through many ancient books. In the deity's domain, battle aura was something that could only be released by those unreachable experts. Furthermore, amongst the various types of battle aura, dark battle aura was the most powerful and also the most abnormal type of battle aura. Furthermore, in the entire divine realm, there was probably no one who could use Dark Do Qi. But the slave in front of her was released. Lin Yu was extremely shocked. At first, she was not sure, but now she was 100% sure that the thin layer of black flame on Luo Tian's fists was Dark Do Qi. It was just that this Do Qi was very thin and had not taken form. If it was a formed Dark Do Qi, there was no need to make a move. The rank 6 deity Han Xiu would have been devoured by the Dark Do Qi. Tiger out of the cage. Boom. Lowly slave, tremble under my fists. Let's see how you survive this time. Han Xiu angrily roared. His fist moved, and the tiger phantom rushed towards Luo Tian along with his fist. Boss, run. Run. You are not his match. Run. Under the intense pain, Guzhong Tian and Madman Su loudly shouted. Seeing Luo Tian standing there motionless, their hearts were dead silent. They were going to die. They were really going to die. How could a rank 4 deity be a match for a rank 6 deity? This was completely impossible. Run. Last time, Luo Tian had no choice. He was too weak. This time, he would bet everything he had and not run. If he did not kill Han Xiu this time, then he would never have another chance. Boom! Luo Tian threw his head back and roared, then shot forward like a bow, clenching his fist and unleashing all the power he could muster to meet Meng Hao head-on. Rumble! 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 The shadow of the ferocious tiger was shattered. The moment it shattered, it was completely devoured by the Dark Do Qi on Luo Tian's fist. The strength of the fist continued to explode and collided with Han Xiu's fist. Chapter 1567. Meet force with force. Fist against fist. When the tiger phantom was shattered and swallowed, Han Xiu's heart sank. He did not panic at all. Instead, he was strangely calm. He could be considered a veteran. Under such circumstances, a surge of godly energy erupted from his dantian. Wang, pure godly energy, surged into his fist. He roared, "Brat, this daddy is furious. You're dead meat." Energy wreaked havoc on his fist. Waves of vigorous energy erupted. The pressure of a rank 6 deity was released, suppressing Luo Tian's mind. Han Xiu's fist retreated slightly. Immediately, with a thunderous movement, his fist struck out. Swish! 2 fists collided. White energy flames burst out. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The fists collided with each other, and no one retreated half an inch. It seemed like they were competing in strength, but Luo Tian's arm suddenly trembled violently. He's overestimating himself. A rank 4 deity wants to compete with Elder Han in terms of strength. Does this idiot not know that Elder Han is a rank 6 deity? Look at his arm. It's almost unable to take it. Just wait and see. His arm is about to be crippled. Not just his arm. I think his entire body is about to be crippled. The disciples outside began to discuss with disdain. A rank 6 deity dealing with a rank 4 deity was too easy. Under the black robe, Lin Yu lightly bit her lips and muttered, "Even if you have dark Do Chi, your Do Chi has yet to take form. How can you be Han Xiu's opponent? You don't know how to be patient." Now, Lin Yu was thinking, rapidly thinking. Should she step out and help Luo Tian? Just as she made the decision, Luo Tian's mouth suddenly curled up, revealing a sinister sneer. "Wahahaha, dog slave, what are you laughing at? In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to laugh." Han Xiu coldly snorted and said with disdain, "Explode!" The godly energy from his dantian exploded once more. The vigorous power once again surged into his fists. Han Xiu laughed proudly. Let's see if you can still laugh. A newbie who just entered God's domain. So what if he's a tier 4 God? Do you know what divine essence energy is? Do you know what origin energy is? You don't understand at all. So what if you have a cultivation base? In my eyes, you are just a piece of trash. A piece of trash, do you understand? Ha ha ha! As he spoke, Han Xiu laughed maniacally. Luo Tian's lips curled into a grim smile. Trash! Then I'll let you know the power of this trash. Power of darkness. Buzz. Following Luo Tian's shout, his entire arm was entwined by the dark Do Chi, shielding his arm. The dark Do Chi contained an endless devouring power. The Do Chi rolled and quickly entwined around Han Xiu's fist. A few seconds. It wrapped around Han Xiu's arm. What is this? What is this? Han Xiu was a little flustered because he had never seen such dark energy before. He also did not know that this was the legendary dark fighting energy. In his knowledge, it was impossible for something like this to be connected to Luo Tian. He could not wait any longer. The energy in Han Xiu's right arm was like it was filled with energy. He roared, "No matter what it is, it's trash in my eyes. Prepare to die." Luo Tian was not flustered at all. He smiled and said, "What is it?" "Something that will take your life. Explode." At the moment when Han Xiu's power burst out, Luo Tian controlled the dark fighting spirit with his mind. The dark fighting energy around Han Xiu's arm suddenly shrunk. Kacha! Rumble! Fresh blood spurted out. His body swayed and staggered back. His entire arm was gone. All that was left was a pool of blood. Ah! A pig-like howl startled a flock of birds. His arm was torn apart. It was devoured. Fresh blood spurted out and splattered on the faces of the surrounding disciples, including Lin Yu. Their expressions were dull. What's going on? What is this? How could this be? What did he do? What exactly is that dark flame? While they were shocked, Han Xiu held his bleeding arm with one hand. His face was extremely pale as he kept retreating. In the end, he roared, "What are you all looking at? Sneak attack the elder. Kill him. All of you, kill him." At this moment, Luo Tian took a step forward and fiercely swept his gaze across the crowd. He said domineeringly, "If any of you dare to move, I'll kill him." Those disciples who had just taken a step forward retreated. If Han Xiu was no match for him, they were even less of a match. Seeing this, Han Xiu's face turned even paler. At this moment, Han Xiu shouted, "Whoever kills him, I promise to let him enter the inner sect of Shangtian Prefecture. I promise." The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and wanted to escape. His arm was devoured. At that moment, he felt that the power was too strong. It was so strong that he could not shake it. He did not know why Luo Tian had such power. There was only one thing on his mind right now, and that was to escape. "Wait until I recover. See how I'll deal with you. Brat, just you wait. I won't let you go." Han Xiu was furious. However, some of the outer sect, disciples, stepped forward. Brothers, let's attack together. He definitely won't be able to resist. Didn't we participate in the trial competition to enter the inner sect? This is our chance. Kill. Let's attack together. No matter how strong this brat is, he won't be a match. Kill. The temptation of an inner sect spot was too great. Everyone wanted it, especially the rank 4 deities among the outer sect disciples. They cultivated with all their might, but there were too few cultivation resources in the outer sect. If they wanted to continue breaking through, they had to enter the inner sect to obtain more cultivation resources. This was an excellent opportunity. With someone taking the lead, there would be others responding. The outer sect disciples all walked forward. The muscles at the corner of Luo Tian's eyes twitched a few times. The idea moved. I think you're looking for death. At this moment, he did not want to waste any more time. Han Xiu was about to escape into the forest. If he were to escape, it would be difficult to kill him again. I can't care so much. Luo Tian's heart sank and secretly said, since the system is going to change, I don't care so much anymore. Beastman mode. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. It directly turned into a giant flame scorpion. The giant scorpion's tail suddenly turned, and like a machine gun, it crazily shot out, opening a path and chasing after Han Xiu like lightning. Less than half a second later, Luo Tian stood in front of the pale Han Xiu. The poisonous stinger on the giant tail changed into an incomparably thick poisonous stinger. He laughed coldly. Go to hell. Brothers, come to QQ to read and subscribe. This old cow relies on this to eat grass. Chapter 1568. Viper. Boom. The poisonous stinger on the giant tail rolled and shot out like a rocket launcher. Viper was the name Luo Tian came up with himself. It was poisonous. It was as poisonous as a snake. The distance was too short. The moment Luo Tian transformed into a giant flaming scorpion, Han Xiu was stunned. His eyes were trembling and his lips turned black. He stammered, No, impossible. No. Pucci. The poisonous stinger pierced through his head. He was nailed to a tree more than 10 meters away. Hanging in midair, his limbs were still twitching. He stared at Luo Tian in disbelief. It was as if he was in a nightmare. How could this be? At this moment, Luo Tian returned to his human form. His eyes were ferocious, and an excited smile appeared on his face. Explode, my number 1 target. He felt great. He was also looking forward to it. This feeling was like hunting a boss. However, this was even more exciting than hunting a super boss because the reward for the number 1 target might be a change in the system. Moreover, everything he had in the ancient continent would be restored. He might even become stronger. This was what Luo Tian wanted. This was also the reason why he was so excited. Han Xiu struggled and stared at Luo Tian. He said fiercely, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Moreover, don't think that you can live after killing me. Just you wait. You will enter hell in a few days. Ha ha ha, laugh? Laugh your head off. Luo Tian moved his right leg and flew into the air. He kicked Han Xiu's crotch. Still acting in front of me. Do you think you are still qualified? Hurry up and die. Ouch! Han Xiu was in so much pain that he could not make a sound. His hands covered his crotch. At the last moment, his testicles were kicked and he was dead. His limbs loosened. He was dead. The system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Han Xiu for obtaining 500 Divine Origin points and 100 Origin Energy points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Ferocious Tiger God Fist. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a rank 6 Godhead. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Han Xiu. Would you like to change your realm? At this moment, Luo Tian did not choose to switch. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing target number 1 and obtaining the system reward, The reward is, suddenly. At this moment, the system seemed to be stuck and didn't continue speaking. At the same time, Little Flower came out of the system interface and asked seriously, "Did you really change back to the old system?" Please think about it seriously. The killing system's leveling speed is faster than you leveling up with experience. How could this be? Of course, it was fast when there was someone to kill. But what if there was no one? However, just based on the time that Luo Tian had spent in the Divine Realm, leveling up was really faster than using experience, but there was one thing that was not good. It was also leveling up. One was sudden, and the other was punching the flesh. It was very satisfying. Luo Tian did not hesitate much and said, "I am now the previous system, but I want to ask my previous cultivation technique, sacred art, and my dark holy artifact. Will all of these be sealed in the divine realm?" The restrictions of the law were everything. The holy artifact of the lower planes would become trash in the higher planes. This was the law. Luo Tian was also very clear in his heart. However, he still wanted to know more clearly. Little Flower said, "You don't have to worry about this. In order to help you better, the system will allow you to choose a cultivation technique, sacred art through prison break, to escape the restrictions of the divine realm's laws. So you don't have to worry about this, but you can only choose 5 cultivation techniques, and all of them are attack-type cultivation techniques, not support-type cultivation techniques." 5. Luo Tian muttered, "Then what about my previous cultivation techniques?" "They will all be cleared out." Little Flower was very direct and said, "There is one more thing. You have to think carefully. You can only eliminate one system, the killing system or the beast warrior system. You can only choose one of the two. Also, the Han Xiao you killed just now, according to the rules of the killing system, your current strength should be at the 6th step of the divine realm. If you choose to change the killing system, then your cultivation will still be at the 4th step of the divine realm, and you can only get the experience of killing him. Luo Tian, I know how you broke through and leveled up in the past. That kind of pleasure is indeed addictive, but I still want you to think about it carefully. Don't change the system if the system changes. I will also disappear, my ability will be sealed, and I will still become that voice that only has the system prompt." Little Flower said this without any reluctance. On the contrary, she told him her function. Huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath. There was no doubt that Little Flower's ability was extremely powerful, and as his level increased, her ability became stronger as well. Right now, she was actually able to sense the Crown Prince, who was 130 million kilometers away in the Heavenly Law City. This ability was too powerful. However, Luo Tian still wanted the previous system and said, "Little Flower, I'm sorry." Little Flower smiled faintly and said, "I understand." Immediately after, Little Flower closed her eyes, and after a few seconds she said, "I will help you one last time. The ruler of fate you are looking for is in the west. If my guess is correct, it should be the Sky City in the west, and the ruler of luck is in the Sky Fortune City in the north. As for Li Schwecker's location, I really can't sense it, but I seem to have sensed it, just like the stars in the sky. As for where she is, I can't give you a result, but I can only remind you of one thing. When you grow up, have the strength and have the qualifications to find her. Go to the star closest to the divine realm and look for her." Finished. Little Flower smiled faintly. Her smile was very bright. "Goodbye, my Luo Tian." As soon as his voice faded, Little Blossom slowly disappeared from Luo Tian's mind, but the bright smile on Little Blossom's face was still imprinted in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian's heart tightened. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt pain. It was like being pricked by a needle. Ding! System conversion! Player Luo Tian, please choose the cultivation method you want to break out of prison. Hint! You can only choose 5 types of attack-type cultivation method. Luo Tian opened the cultivation method column. Dragon God Forbidden Technique. Without a doubt, this had to be there. Divine Flame. This had to be there as well. Instant Kill. God Explosion. What an abnormal bonus. for divine beast's bloodline. The power of the bloodline could not be lacking. Hint, there's one last option. Luo Tian wanted to take away all the cultivation methods, but he could only choose 5. After pondering for a moment, he said faintly, "Ancient tree." Ding. The system is running. Brothers, let's all subscribe to QQ. It's so miserable. Good night. Chapter 1569. The system update was in progress. Just like a game update, it was not that fast. Just after Luo Tian killed Han Xiu, while he was communicating with Little Blossom, the surrounding outer sect disciples were in an uproar. Moreover, this matter was quickly reported to the other outer sanctum elders. Madman Su struggled to get up from the ground and looked at Han Xiu, who was nailed to the tree. His face was pale as he said, "Boss, run." Gu Zhongtian's legs went soft. Killing 1 or 2 outer sect disciples was still fine, but to kill the deputy captain of the Shengtian worship and an outer sect elder, Han Xiu, this disaster was 10,000 times worse than stirring up a hornet's nest. My ancestor, run quickly. Run. In the vast flame mountain range. Where could they run to with their current cultivation? Moreover, more and more people were surrounding them. There was nowhere for them to run. Luo Tian was waiting. He was waiting for the system update to be completed. If it was really as Little Blossom said, that the 5 cultivation techniques could prison break and escape the constraints of the divine domain's law, then he did not need to be afraid of anyone. With the divine fire, what was there to be afraid of? With the divine dragon forbidden technique, what was there to be afraid of? Luo Tian said indifferently, "We didn't do anything wrong. Why should we run? From the beginning, it was Han Xiu who went against me. He was also the one who made the first move. We are slaves, but we are also humans. We can resist. Resolute and decisive. So what if they were slaves? Even if they were arrogant, they would still be killed." This was what Luo Tian wanted to express. His words were filled with arrogance. Madman Su was stunned. Gu Zhongtian also did not recover for a long time. Everyone thought that they were wrong. Killing an elder was a serious crime. But who said that slaves could not resist? As an outer sect elder, he could not even win against a slave. How could he still have the face? Invisibly, Luo Tian's words were like a slap to everyone's face, burning hot. In the eyes of these people, slaves were not humans at all. They were just tools for them to vent their anger, human sandbags. But now they were actually being crushed to the point that they could not breathe. Impudent! Suddenly, a deep voice was heard. The crowd dispersed. "Elder Lin Tai is here. He's a peak rank 6 deity. He's much stronger than Elder Han. He is the great elder's younger brother. This brat is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Heaven's Shengtian Prefecture is not a small sect in a low-level plane. This place is the absolute overlord of 8 million miles. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he killed Han Xiu?" A man in his 40s walked out. His eyes glanced at Han Xiu, who was nailed to the tree with a ferocious glare. With a murderous glint in his eyes, he glared at Luo Tian and coldly uttered, "A slave will always be a slave. The result of resistance is death." Han Xiu was his big brother's man. He knew why Han Xiu was looking for Luo Tian. This was his elder brother's order. Luo Tian sneered with disdain. "According to your heavens, Shengtian Prefecture's so-called rules, I'm already a rank 4 deity. I've regained my freedom and am no longer a slave. Before I killed Han Xiu, I wasn't." Before Luo Tian could finish, Lin Tai coldly snorted and said, "You want to talk about rules with me? Little bastard, do you have the right? If I say you're a slave even if you turn into ashes. Do you understand?" Madman Su said respectfully, "Elder Lin, it was Elder Han who attacked us first. We slap." An invisible force swept over and slapped Madman Su to the ground. Bang! His face bounced off the ground and his head buzzed. He had a severe concussion. Gu Zhongtian unhappily said. I was wondering why you were being so unreasonable. Reasonable. Lin Tai's eyes darkened. His right hand moved and another force burst out. He shouted, This old man will let you know what it means to be reasonable. Careful, Luo Tian warned. However, facing the peak rank 6 deity Lin Tai, Gu Zhongtian, who was only a rank 1 deity, couldn't resist at all. He didn't even have time to react. The slap landed on his face, and his body sank and crashed to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. What do you think of reasoning? Lin Tai sneered. The surrounding disciples all laughed. They were all laughing at Luo Tian's group of 3. Slaves will always be slaves. You can even use the word reason. That's too funny. Brat, the world of God's domain isn't a trash plane like yours. Here, reason is spoken with fists. Ha ha ha, too stupid. The mocking laughter continued. Under his sleeves, Luo Tian clenched his fists, but he didn't move. There wasn't even a trace of anger on his face. He was waiting for the system update to complete. Just a little bit more, when everyone saw Luo Tian standing there motionless. They laughed even more happily. He's scared silly. When has a slave like him ever seen such a scene? I say, once Elder Lin comes, he'll turn into a dead dog. Lin Tai's face was full of disdain as he stared at Luo Tian. He laughed. Do you still want a reason? Ah. His voice rose. Luo Tian didn't move. Seeing that Luo Tian didn't say anything, Lin Tai coldly snorted. In Shengtian Prefecture, I'm the reason. Little bastard, do you understand? Luo Tian still didn't move. The system was still being updated. If he moved now, he would only be courting death. However, in his heart, he had already thought of 10,000 ways to kill Lin Tai. Just wait. In the crowd, Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian. She seemed to have seen through Luo Tian. What is he waiting for? Should I show myself? She was somewhat conflicted, because the night before she came to the trial competition, she was cultivating in the Blood Tower. Her father suddenly looked for her and specifically told her to protect Luo Tian no matter what. He even gave her the token of the prefecture master, telling her to only use it as a last resort. Was this the last resort? Lin Yu looked at the calm Luo Tian and wasn't in a hurry to come out. She had a feeling in her heart that Luo Tian was definitely waiting for something. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Luo Tian silently counted in his heart. The system interface was also slowly changing. Suddenly, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding. System conversion complete. Ding. System update complete. Ding. 5 cultivation method prison break successful. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a new system. The system notification sounded crazily. At this moment, power crazily flowed into Luo Tian's body, mind, sea of consciousness. One by one, the power was crazily awakening. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and he sneered, saying, You think having a hard fist is the reason? Then I'll let you experience what it means to have a hard fist. The first chapter had been delivered. Chapter 1570. Suddenly, Luo Tian suddenly made his move. The speed of lightning. Divine explosion. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom, his body released a wave of dark Do Chi and shot out. In that instant, divine fire. With a move of his right palm, a flame shot out and directly locked onto Lin Tai's face. Luo Tian followed closely behind. It didn't matter if it was an instant kill or not. Luo Tian would rush forward and let him know what it meant to have a hard fist, and let him know what it meant to be reasonable. Lin Tai was also a veteran of hundreds of battles. When Luo Tian suddenly made a move, he was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly and snorted. You're overestimating yourself. With a move of his right hand, a wave of divine essence was released. It was just that, at the moment when the flame fell, Yi Zichen was stunned. He didn't know why, but his body was sealed by a powerful force. Moreover, his body couldn't move at all. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise move. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. For a moment, Luo Tian's body continued to release the roars of the 4 divine beasts. It was as if they had been imprisoned for 10,000 years and were suddenly released. Power, power, too powerful. This was the true might of a divine beast. It poured into his fists. Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and his fists were like heavy cannons. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom, boom. It directly hit Lin Tai's chest. Puffed. Lin Tai's body caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear as his body flew backwards. Divine fire! It was still the same divine fire, and it was even more powerful. Not only could it faint, it could also seal the target's power completely. This was something that Luo Tian could clearly feel. There was also the divine explosion. In the ancient world, the divine explosion did not level up much, but at this moment, the true might of the divine explosion was unleashed. The kind of multiplied power surged in his body, and this feeling was as if he could grasp a substantial power. However, Luo Tian did not waste even half a second because of the increase in power of these cultivation techniques. The moment Lin Tai flew out, his mind moved. Speed! Buzz! The towering tree in his mind suddenly shook off a few leaves. The moment the leaf fell on his mind, Luo Tian's feet seemed to be equipped with 2 wind fire wheels. With a whoosh, he caught up with Luo Tian. His eyes moved. Whose fist is harder? Bang! His right fist exploded. It hit Lin Tai's chest again. Pooh! Blood spurted out again. Bang! His left fist exploded. Lin Tai spat out another mouthful of blood. With bloodshot eyes, he glared at Luo Tian and shouted, "Little bastard, what are you trying to do? Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me again, I will." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian punched him again and said disdainfully, "I'm going to hit you. What can you do?" Bang! He punched out. His chest cracked open, and dark red blood seeped out. Lin Tai's face was incomparably pale from the pain. While speaking, Luo Tian punched down again. "I'm going to hit you again. What can you do?" Bam! 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 His fists were like torrential rain, crazily striking. Every punch hit the flesh. It had been a long time since he felt this way. It was really too satisfying. The blood in Luo Tian's body seemed to be boiling, and all the cells in his body were activated. Bam! Lin Tai's body crashed into a thick rock. His chest was badly mutilated, and his eyes were still filled with anger as he roared, "Little bastard, you will die. You will die miserably. Pah!" With a slap, his front teeth flew out. Then, Luo Tian moved his 2 fists and once again smashed onto his chest. Crack! The bones on his chest broke. The rocks behind Lin Tai were also cracking. Lin Tai screamed in pain, his mouth full of blood, and shouted for help. "Save me! Save me, you trash! Hurry up and do it! Save me! Big brother! Big brother! Come and save me!" Scared, his cultivation seemed to have been completely sealed. He couldn't release it. Moreover, Luo Tian's strength was really strong. Hearing his cries for help, the surrounding outer sect disciples were so frightened by Luo Tian's actions that their faces turned pale. Not to mention making a move. They didn't even dare to move. What kind of power was this? Was he really a slave? Lin Yuer's mouth was wide open, and her heart was incomparably shocked. Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su woke up from their coma. Seeing the scene, the 2 of them were also dumbfounded. What exactly happened during this period of time? Madman Su excitedly roared out, "Boss, beat him up ruthlessly. Let's see if he still dares to be arrogant." Gu Zhongtian sighed again and again sigh. "It's over. Killing an elder is not over. Now even the direct descendant elder of the Lin family is going to die. This is completely over, but it's really satisfying, ha ha ha. Kill him, kill him. Damn it, flat-chested, hit me, and even hit my face, you deserve to die. He was going all out. At this time, he couldn't care so much anymore. He would die, and if he didn't die, he would live for thousands of years. Lin Tai's arrogance was completely gone. Instead, it was replaced by fear, extreme fear. He said, big brother, spare my life. Spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Luo Tian's fist moved as he said, whose fist is harder? Yours, your fist is the hardest. Lin Tai hurriedly said. Luo Tian said again, does Han Xin deserve to die? Lin Tai continued, yes, he deserves to die. Even if you didn't do it, I would have crippled him. How dare he do it to you? He must be tired of living. In order to live, he would say anything. No matter what plane, no matter what kind of expert, when faced with death, they would all feel the same fear. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth twitched, and he said, do you deserve to die? Lin Tai's eyes suddenly trembled and begged for mercy. I beg you, please spare my life. I swear I will never find trouble with you in the future. Don't you want to regain your freedom? You are now. I can even recommend you to enter the inner sect. No, you can directly be promoted to an elder. What do you think? It was also at this time. A powerful force came crashing down. The aura was like the sky. Waves of wind wreaked havoc. Lin Tai's expression suddenly changed. Ha ha ha. My big brother is here. Brat, you're going to die. Ha ha ha. Just you wait. See how I'll kill you. It was a complete change. Luo Tian's face was sinister. His cold eyes were like the god of death, staring at Lin Tai, and said sinisterly, do you think you can live? Bastard. Stop. Before the figure appeared, the voice had already arrived, and a powerful divine might crush down on Luo Tian's mind. The vermilion bird sword. It instantly broke free from the shackles of the divine might. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes were like King Kong. Those who touch my brother die. Kill. The second chapter has been delivered. Thank you, brothers, for the large wave of rewards. Thank you. I won't eat for the time being. I'll write first. The third chapter will be delivered around 7:30. Chapter 1571. Die. A punch came down. It directly hit Lin Tai's head. Looking at the HP bar above his head, the damage of this punch could directly kill him. Why did he kill him? Because Lin Tai had touched Luo Tian's bottom line. He had hurt his brother. It was also because he was too arrogant. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy. The more important reason was it was because Luo Tian needed experience right now, and he would not let go of any bit of experience. Not to mention Lin Tai, who was at the peak of the 6th step, he would not let him go either. Stop! A black shadow swept over. A palm print descended from the sky. Luo Tian did not care about anything else. Explode for me. The heavy fist was like thunder as it struck down. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunderous explosions rang out incessantly. Lin Tai's head cracked open, and even his feces came out. The rocks behind him were also blasted into countless pieces by Luo Tian. Luo Tian's strength was too great, and it was a complete mess. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, Lin Tai for obtaining 15,000 experience points, 600 divine essence points, and 300 source energy points. The fusion of source energy has failed. The body is unable to accept it. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Black Iron Sword. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 106 gold coins. Ding! Sin value +1. Current number of sin value, 1. The system sounded out. Experience, divine essence points, source energy, as well as exploding items, sin value. All of this was too familiar to Luo Tian. It was just that, hearing Little Blossom's voice, he suddenly felt that he had let her down. He thought to himself, don't worry, I will definitely summon you out. Because back then, Little Blossom had once said that as long as he reached the peak of the divine realm, he would be able to summon her out. The system changed. Luo Tian felt that he owed this lowly a little. Only by summoning her out could he make up for it. The moment Luo Tian killed Lin Tai, Mi Tian's palm fell. Boy, go die for me. The newcomer was undoubtedly the great elder who was in charge of the trial competition, Lin Hun. He was also Lin Tai's biological brother. Lin Hun's cultivation level was unfathomable. As the sky-covering palm pressed down, Luo Tian could not move at all. He shouted in his heart, "Level 10 physical body, resist!" At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a golden light shoot out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Luo Tian was directly crushed to the ground. His mind, sea of consciousness, and body were all in a kind of intense pain. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. He used both hands to support himself. His body rose slightly. You still remember. Get down. Lin Hun was furious to the extreme. Killing his own brother in front of him was an insult to him. A great insult. He could not tolerate it. Absolutely not. Bam! Luo Tian was once again crushed to the ground. The anger in his heart soared to the heavens. When he turned his head to look, his heart suddenly sank, and he instantly became excited. Boss! The glittering boss, It's finally appeared again. An inexplicable impulse. Seeing Lin Hun's body emitting a golden light, that feeling was too exciting. Luo Tian's blood once again burned. With a thought, his mind connected to the dragon god ancestor in another time and space. Huff! The dragon god ancestor who was sleeping in the ancient time and space suddenly opened his eyes. The light that burst out from his eyes swept across everything, and a roar that could tear apart the heavens and earth resounded in the entire universe. Luo Tian could clearly feel this power. Lin Hun took a step forward, his entire body exuding a tyrannical aura, and the corner of his mouth revealed 2 incomparably sharp fangs. Blood Clan fangs. Lin Hun said solemnly, a mere slave, the most lowly thing, actually killed 2 elders in a row. Today, even the heavens won't be able to save you. Go to hell for me. In that instant, Luo Tian's mind sank. Being crushed to the ground made him unhappy. The difference in realm was too great. Being crushed to the ground twice. This made Luo Tian extremely unhappy. Seeing Lin Hun's palm coming down, Luo Tian's heart hardened. F***CK, your ancestors. I think even the heavens won't be able to save you. The dragon god ancestor who was connected to the ancient time and space. He was just short of releasing the dragon god forbidden technique. Just at this moment, a blood mist shot out. The incomparably pure blood clan power. The purity of the blood far surpassed Lin Hun's. As a blood clan member, Lin Hun was very clear what this blood mist meant and what status it represented. At this moment, his heart sank. Prefecture Master? In the Shengtian Prefecture. Only the Prefecture Master had such pure blood. In the blood clan, only the Prefecture Master Lin Zhan could raise the purity of his blood to such a level. Lin Hun stopped. If the Prefecture Master asked him to stop and he still dared to move, there would only be one outcome, death. However, the one who walked out was not the Prefecture Master. It was Lin Yu. She took off the black scarf on her head, her hair falling down, curling slightly on her shoulders as if she had been scalded. Her gaze was firm with a hint of coldness, and her voice had an irresistible aura. She said softly, Uncle Lin Hun, I saw everything just now. Han Xiao and Lin Tai were at fault first. He was just trying to protect himself. Lin Hun's heart skipped a beat, raising the purity of his blood to the same level as Lin Zhan. Could it be really because of this kid? At the same time, a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Since it was not Lin Zhan, then there was no need for him to be afraid. Lin Hun snorted and said, "You, a slave killed 2 elders of the Shangtian prefecture. Was he trying to protect himself? Also, I warned him, but he still killed them. Does he still respect me, the great elder? Also, you're a woman. It's best that you don't interfere with family matters. I'll also warn you. It's not up to you to tell me what to do, understand?" His voice was cold. A strong pressure pressed down, and Lin Yu's body trembled slightly. Her face was red, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Hun, you're too presumptuous." "Strong," Lin Yu said. "My blood purity is higher than yours now, and my status is higher than yours. Do you dare to disobey me?" "Humph! Little girl, you dare to lecture me?" Lin Hun did not care about Lin Yu at all. Even if her blood was pure, it had only been raised in a few days, and it was not mature yet. Also, his cultivation was much higher than hers, and she was not his opponent at all. "You overestimate yourself." An invisible force was released from Lin Hun's body. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Not good!" At this moment, Lin Yu took out a token from her chest. "Lin Hun, kneel down." Thank you to all the brothers who have subscribed. Everyone, please support the subscription. Only with your subscriptions can old Neo survive. Come and subscribe. It's only a few dollars a month. Chapter 1572. When it was time to be tough, never be weak. She took out the Mansion Master token. The surrounding disciples all knelt down in unison. "Greetings, Mansion Master!" "Greetings, Mansion Master!" "Greetings, Mansion Master!" Their voices shook the heavens. Luo Tian was a little fierce. Under such circumstances, Lin Yu still dared to be so domineering. At this moment, Lin Yu's gaze was cold as she stared into Lin Hun's eyes. She shouted again and said word by word, "I want you to kneel." Her voice was absolutely domineering. Lin Hun's expression was very ugly. Anger filled his heart. A strong aura burst out continuously. He stared at the Mansion Master token in Lin Yu's hand and gritted his teeth. Extremely unwilling, he knelt down on one knee. "Greetings, Mansion Master." He was very unhappy. Being suppressed by a little girl with a Mansion Master's token and being forced to kneel was a humiliation to him. The anger in his heart was constantly erupting, but at the same time, he was constantly suppressing it. He thought to himself, "When I get the 9 Suns flower, I will make you disappear from this world in an instant." Lin Yu put away the token and said coldly, "Can I say that the 2 of them were in the wrong first?" Lin Hun did not speak and snorted unhappily. Lin Yu continued, "Lin Hun, don't think that I don't know that you sent Han Xiu and Lin Tai to spy on me. If my father finds out about this, you know the consequences. As Shangtian Prefecture's elders, they can't even defeat a slave. Do you think they have the right to live in this world? They deserve to die. Moreover, they were the ones who bullied me first. I saw everything." Lin Hun's lips curled and he sneered. "You have the Mansion Master token in your hand. Whatever you say goes." Lin Yu sneered and said, "Since you know the power of the Mansion Master token, I don't need to explain anything to you. From now on, and you're no longer Shangtian Prefecture's slaves. They will be promoted to Shangtian Prefecture's inner disciples." Lin Hun's expression changed and he was about to speak. Lin Yu said directly, "The Mansion Master token represents the Mansion Master. No one can object to the Mansion Master's decisions. Lin Hun, you know this, right?" Her meaning was clear. "I can do whatever I want. As a Grand Elder, you have no right to interfere, let alone stop it." One had to know that becoming an inner disciple was a very big matter. Directly letting 3 slaves become inner disciples was completely ridiculous and did not conform to the rules of Shangtian Prefecture. There was a more important point. If Luo Tian and the other 2 became inner sect disciples, then he would have to spend a lot of effort to get rid of them. Once he was found out, not only would he lose his position as an elder, he would also be severely punished. Lin Hun frowned. He gritted his teeth and said, "I have no objections." Lin Yu swept her gaze across the crowd and asked, "Do you have any objections?" Even the great elder didn't dare to have any objections, so how could they? He immediately shook his head and said, "No. No." Lin Yu smiled faintly and expressed her satisfaction. "Since you don't have any, why don't you hurry up and prepare for the next gathering point? What are you still doing here? A waste of time?" Everyone immediately stood up in unison and quickly got to work. Lin Hun also slowly stood up and smiled. "Niece you really have a good method. You used the mansion master's token to protect 3 slaves. I don't know what value they have to you, but you have to see their true faces in the end. Especially him. He is definitely not a good person." Lin Hun's gaze turned to Luo Tian, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Just like him, Luo Tian's eyes were also filled with killing intent. Similarly, he did not hide it. Lin Hun actually felt a trace of pressure. He laughed coldly and said, "Flame Mountain Range, demonic beasts run amok. You lowly slaves. Oh, that's not right. You should be inner disciples now. Then, you noble inner disciples should be careful. Who knows when a demonic beast will rush out and tear you apart." "Ha ha ha," finished. Lin Hun laughed wildly and slowly walked away. However, the killing intent in the forest did not disappear. It was still incomparably strong. "Ha ha ha, we are inner disciples now. We have regained our freedom. Third Miss, you are really too good." All this was too sudden for Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian. They did not expect it at all. In just one day, from a slave who was being hunted down to an inner disciple of the Shengtian mansion, it was even more like a dream. It was simply too amazing. Huff! Lin Yu exhaled heavily, her body sinking, and suddenly paralyzed on the ground. Beads of sweat seeped out from her forehead, and her face was pale. She almost could not bear it. The difference in cultivation realm was too great. Lin Hun's divine power had never been heard of before. If not for the fact that the purity of the blood in her body had increased a little, she really would not have been able to withstand it. Luo Tian walked forward and asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Yu shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Luo Tian said, "Thank you." Lin Yu laughed and said, "There's no need to thank me. It's not like I want to save you. It's my father who wants me to protect you. If you want to thank him, then thank him, but you better leave this place quickly. Leave the Flame Mountain Range. With my understanding of Lin Hun, he definitely won't let the 3 of you go. Just as he said, the Flame Mountain Range is filled with demon beasts. We can't even defend against one of them." Gu Zhongtian immediately agreed. "Third Miss is right. We have to leave this place quickly. Once we return to the Shengtian mansion, he won't dare to do anything to us in public." Madman Su did not say anything, but looked at Luo Tian. "Go back? No way. He hadn't even killed the boss. How could he go back?" Returning to the Shengtian mansion was indeed temporarily safe, but Luo Tian himself could not openly kill the boss Lin Hun, so he had to stay. Furthermore, there were countless demon beasts in the Flame Mountain Range, and he needed them to level up. He needed a lot of experience. This place was heaven to him. Luo Tian pretended to think for a moment, and then said, "You 3 return to the Shengtian mansion. I'll stay." "The 3 of us are in danger, but you are also in danger. The mansion master's token can only suppress him temporarily. Once he completely explodes, it won't work. Furthermore, he came to the Flame Mountain Range to find the 9 Suns flower. This kind of thing will definitely greatly improve him. Once he obtains it, his strength will increase greatly, and he will be even stronger than your father. Then he won't have to worry about anything." Lin Yu also knew this. From the way Lin Hun looked at her, she could feel it. She asked curiously, "I really want to know why you're staying? Could it be that you also want the 9 Suns flower?" Luo Tian smiled mysteriously and said, "The treasures of heaven and earth are obtained by those who are fated Of course, I want it too. His heart was filled with excitement. As long as I obtain the 9 suns flower, I can activate the flaming fruit on the demon tree. The ancient tree had already evolved into the demon tree. The fruits hanging on the tree were all demon fruits, plus new week. Old Bull needs firepower! Chapter 1573. That's right, burning fruit. The fruit of Ace's strength in one piece. After the ancient tree broke out of prison, it directly became the demon tree. Hanging on the tree were all demon fruits. Burning fruit, tremor fruit, time fruit, the demon fruits of the 3 generals, Blackbeard's darkness fruit, and even many unknown fruits. The entire tree bore no less than 10,000 fruits. What kind of concept was this? As long as these fruits were activated, Luo Tian would be able to possess them. Moreover, he would not be restricted by the fact that his body could not withstand 2 types of demon fruits. He could possess these demon fruits indefinitely. What was needed to activate the burning fruit? A large amount of fire essence. The 9 suns flower grew in magma and absorbed the fire essence of the blazing mountain range. The place where it grew was the place where the fire essence of the blazing mountain range was the densest. Moreover, the 9 suns flower itself was a fire attribute spirit treasure. It definitely contained a large amount of fire essence. Swallowing it would be enough to activate the blazing fruit on the demonic tree. Other than that, the reason why Luo Tian stayed was to level up, break through, and almost kill the boss Lin Hun. Just as Lin Hun said, the blazing mountain range was filled with danger. It was like that for Luo Tian, and it was also the same for him. As long as he grasped the slightest chance, Luo Tian would trample Lin Hun to death, kill and cripple him. Boss, are you serious? Madman Su was startled. Xingtian Manor had sent out about 100 trial disciples this time. More than 20 of them were inner disciples, and their cultivation was above the 5th stage of God. Furthermore, there was also Lin Hun, Lin Hu, and Lin Yao. Under such circumstances, how could they snatch the 9 suns flower? Very difficult. Very, very difficult. Luo Tian nodded. Who knows, I might be the one to pick it up. Don't think too much about it. You guys have seen my strength. I will protect myself well. The 3 of you should leave as soon as possible. Gu Zhongtian immediately pulled Madman Su and said, Let's leave. Our cultivation is too weak. We will only drag him down if we follow him. Madman Su's face was filled with excitement. I'm not leaving. Boss, I'm not leaving either. I also want to see what the 9 suns flower looks like. Lin Yu replied softly, I'm not leaving either. Lin Hun started the trial competition and brought all the slaves in. He must be plotting something, or he must have the 9 suns flower. He is very ambitious. Before my father went into seclusion, he told Elder Mo to keep an eye on Lin Hun. I want to see what he wants to do. Gu Zhongtian looked at the dark forest and gulped. Fuck, I'm going all out. It's just Lin Hun. I don't believe he can eat me. Ha ha ha. Madman Su laughed loudly and said, That's a good brother. Gu Zhongtian said helplessly, Brother, you have to protect her. The 3 of them immediately despised him. The first assembly point was reached. This was still the periphery of the mountain range. Other than at night, demonic beasts rarely appeared in the Flame Mountain range. Now, they had to reach the other assembly point before nightfall. They had to go 100 kilometers deep. This 100 kilometers was much more dangerous than the previous one. Demonic beasts might appear during the day, even if they were lost. Lin Yu said, Xingtian Prefecture set up 3 assembly points in the Flame Mountain range. We have to reach the 2nd assembly point before nightfall. Otherwise, if we meet demonic beasts at night, it will be difficult. The inner sect disciples have already set off, and if Luo Tian asked, If what? Lin Yu said, If Lin Hun arrives first, he will definitely close the gate of the assembly point. At that time, we will not be able to enter and can only sleep outside. In that case, The assembly point was like a large stockade. In order to defend against demonic beasts, the walls were built very high. With their cultivation, they could not pass through. Once the gate was closed, they could only sleep outside. This way, it would be much more dangerous. Hearing this, Gu Zhongtian immediately said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. I don't want to meet any demonic beasts again." Thinking about what happened last night, they felt a lingering fear. The golden-winged flame tiger and the giant flame scorpion had traumatized them too much. Lin Yuer said, "Our cultivation is not as good as Lin Hun's, and our speed is definitely not as good as his. During the day, the demonic beasts are all hiding. I know a shortcut, but it's a bit difficult. If everything goes well, we should be able to reach the assembly point before them." Gu Zhongtian said, "Hurry up. I don't want to meet any demonic beasts again." Luo Tian nodded and said, "Lead the way." The four of them rushed in another direction. In another place, half an hour later, a disciple reporting to Grand Elder, "Third Miss and the other three are rushing towards the Great Rift Valley. They are probably taking a shortcut." "Oh, Lin Yu, you still have some brains." Lin Hun was not surprised. "You know that I will close the gate if I arrive early, but do you think you can be faster than me by taking a shortcut?" Lin Hun's lips curled into a ferocious sneer. Immediately, Lin Hun shouted, "Pass down my order. Full speed ahead. If those slaves dare to drag us down, beat them up. If anyone dares to disobey, kill them. This group of lowly things, do they really think we brought them to the Flame Mountain Range to let them regain their freedom?" Yes, a disciple quickly walked down. Lin Hun's eyes were filled with killing intent. He secretly said, "Lin Tai, I will definitely avenge you. Don't worry, I will use that kid's head as a sacrifice to your soul." Lin Yu led the way on a small path. At the edge of the cliff, the slightest carelessness would cause them to fall. The canyon was bottomless, and if they really fell, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. "Be careful," Luo Tian reminded. He led the way in front. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian, who were weaker, were in the middle, while Lin Yu brought up the rear. The four of them did not walk very fast. Time passed. In the afternoon, they walked to the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, replenished their food and water, and rested for a while. Luo Tian did not waste any time. He had only glanced at the changes in the ancient tree for the 5 cultivation methods, and had not checked the transformations of the other 4 cultivation methods. The idea moved. He opened the system's cultivation method column. The 8 desolation 6 directions and 1,000 executions had been cleared along with the system's changes. Right now, he only had these 5 cultivation methods. Cultivation method: Dragon God Forbidden Technique, first form, Dragon Transformation. Second form, Flying Apsaras. Third form, Soul Scare, fourth form. Fifth form, Attribute, it's evolved. In the past, there was only the first form. Now that there are 2 more moves, Dragon Transformation is already so powerful, then wouldn't Flying Apsaras and Soul Scare be even more awesome? And Luo Tian closed his eyes slightly. While feeling the Dragon God Forbidden Technique, he could feel the aura of the Dragon God ancestor from the ancient time and space. It was very strong, very shocking. There is one more chapter today. Please subscribe. Chapter 1574. In the ancient times, it evolved into the Demon Tree. The Dragon God Forbidden Technique evolved into 3 moves. The Divine Fire was also close. Through the release of Lin Tai, not only did it instantly kill and stun him, it also suppressed his strength for a certain period of time. The Divine Explosion evolved into the Divine Fiend. The most important bloodline, the 4 Divine Beasts bloodline. If it was said that the bloodline in Luo Tian's body was only an ordinary 4 Divine Beasts bloodline in the ancient continent, then now. The 4 Divine Beasts in his body were all abnormal dark level. All of them were dark-type superbosses. Why did it evolve like this? Luo Tian was not sure either. Of course, this was related to his 999 heavenly tribulation. They were all assimilated by the power of darkness. Not only the four divine beasts' bloodline, even the ancient dragon god ancestor was the same. When Luo Tian transformed into the dragon god ancestor, the dragon god endured more than 900 bolts of dark power. Its transformation was the most powerful, and the amount of dark power it absorbed was even more than Luo Tian's. Luo Tian's blood boiled. Looking at these cultivation techniques, he felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. It was just that the only thing, other than the four divine beasts' bloodline, all of these cultivation techniques needed to be cultivated and increased proficiency points. Furthermore, each move required 10,000 proficiency points to level up. It was a bit of a scam, but Luo Tian was still very happy. As long as he had these cultivation techniques, he would be able to establish himself in this world. Time was no longer a problem for him. Divine beasts had an unlimited lifespan. It only took time to level up the cultivation technique. Schwetter, pure Xiner, 2 balls, fatty lay, just you wait. I will come to save you soon. Luo Tian secretly swore in his heart. Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian, ate a few mouthfuls of dry food, and said, "Climb up from here, and you will be at the back of the assembly point. After spending the night at the assembly point, you will enter the 3rd assembly point tomorrow. After that, you will have to prepare for the trial and look for the 9 Suns flower." Luo Tian regained his senses, looked up at the lime canyon above his head, and said, break through, and then leave this place." Tiandao City was the closest to here. His next stop was Tiandao City. First, he would get rid of the crown prince, who was a potential threat, so that his family in the primordial continent could live a more peaceful life. Hearing Luo Tian say that he wanted to leave this place, Lin Yu's heart tightened. She was a little disappointed. She smiled faintly to hide the disappointment in her heart. She said, "The divine dominion is huge. Everywhere is filled with fear. If you leave this place, where do you want to go?" Luo Tian smiled but did not answer. He didn't want anyone to know his whereabouts, because he was walking on a path of no return. He didn't want too many people to be implicated by him. Snow was a good example. Even now, he didn't know if she was awake or still unconscious. Madman Su grinned and chuckled. "Wherever boss goes, I'll follow." "Anyway, I'll follow boss, hee hee." Gu Zhongtian glared at him and said, "Idiot, if you want to follow his footsteps, then your cultivation must rise quickly. Otherwise, how will you follow him? I haven't learned my lesson yet." Madman Su scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Suddenly, not far behind them, a rolling sound came from the rocks, as if a huge rock was rolling. The ground began to shake. It was getting stronger and stronger. Gravel continued to roll down from both sides of the canyon. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? It doesn't look like it. Furthermore, this violent tremor is coming from the mountain. The tremors are getting stronger and stronger. What should we do? Lin Yu's brows twitched, her expression secretly changed, and she immediately said, "Retreat! All of you retreat!" Luo Tian quickly retreated in front of them and asked, "What is it?" Lin Yu said, "Rock flame worm." "What is it?" Gu Zhongtian asked. Lin Yu said, "Even if it's a bug that eats rocks, this kind of bug lives in the mountains all year round. Many of the great rifts in the Flame Mountain range were formed because these bugs devoured rocks." Gu Zhongtian raised his head to look at the Great Rift Valley and clicked his tongue. "Oh my God, I thought it was a natural occurrence due to the movement of the Earth's crust. So it was caused by a bug." Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumbling sounds kept coming out from the canyon. The intense, rumbling sounds were like muffled thunder, constantly exploding in the mountain. Suddenly, a huge rock on the rock wall suddenly cracked. Traces of red magma seeped out from within. Luo Tian frowned and said, "Why is it magma?" Lin Yu said, I forgot to say just now, this big bug was mutated from a ball of magma. Everyone be careful. The cracks on the rock wall grew bigger and bigger, and could explode at any time. Luo Tian immediately said, "Find cover!" The four of them hid behind a huge rock. Before he could finish, bam! With a loud sound like a volcano erupting, a burst of flame shot out, like a yellow dragon spitting out sand. The surrounding trees were directly reduced to ashes. Bam! A huge body fell out of the hole. It was extremely fat, just like a huge worm of meat. It was just that magma was rolling on its body. Everywhere it went, it was scorched black. It could be said that not even a blade of grass grew. Bam! Next, another rock flame worm fell down. Bam! 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 A large nest of rock flame worms fell down. An entire canyon was immediately set ablaze. Those rock flame worms were squeezed together like a lake of magma, but their bodies were all covered in injuries of varying degrees. What should we do? Lin Yu's face was very calm as he looked at Luo Tian and asked, "We can't continue to hide like this." Luo Tian did not say anything. Gu Zhongtian's face was also filled with shock, and he grabbed onto Luo Tian's arm in fear and said, "Ancestor, my ancestor, you must not act recklessly. I beg you, if we hide for a while, they might leave." With so many magma worms, any one of them could send them to their deaths. Moreover, there were dozens of them. Wouldn't they be blasted into smithereens? We'll find out sooner or later. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Lin Yu said twice. Then, her figure flickered and she disappeared. Next, a mist of blood shot out, enveloping a radius of 10 meters. A sword pierced out. This time, even Luo Tian was stunned. Madman! Madwoman! After a few encounters, he had never thought that Lin Yu would be so crazy. Even crazier than him. Gu Zhongtian rolled his eyes. "It's over." At this moment, Luo Tian had already rushed out. Even if Lin Yu did not come out, he would have gone out to fight. To him, this was a huge wave of experience. He was still in the early stages of the divine realm, so he could not let go of any experience. One word: explode. Good night. Chapter 1575. The rock bugs were still falling out of the cave. The canyon was a sea of fire. Other than a few large rocks, there was nothing else to stand on. Lin Yu rushed out. Luo Tian followed closely behind. Lin Yu's body released a blood mist, just like Kwangdao's blood sacrifice world, only a little thinner. The long sword shook. The sword hummed and the sword aura slashed out. The sword pierced into the body of the rock bug at the front, causing it to scream in pain, which also attracted the attention of all the other bugs. Their huge mouths moved, and flaming rocks shot out crazily from their mouths. Whoosh! 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 Lin Yu did not panic. She was extremely calm as she jumped left and right. Every time, the tip of her foot would gently tap on the ground, causing the flames on the ground to slightly press down, not burning her at all. It was as if there was an invisible defensive air shield around her body. Luo Tian was secretly shocked. I didn't expect her to be so powerful. This was beyond Luo Tian's expectations. At this moment, he did not think too much about it. It was more important for him to squeeze them together and not get into a formation in a short period of time. This was the best time to kill them. Immediately, Luo Tian shouted and said, "I'll attract the firepower. You find an opportunity to kill them." As soon as he finished, regardless of whether Lin Yu understood or not, Luo Tian immediately rushed forward. Stepping on the flaming ground, he released his divine essence, and around his feet were traces of thin, dark doqi. Luo Tian was too weak in terms of control over the power of darkness. It could not stimulate the dark energy within the divine deity. Moreover, he knew very little about this dark doqi. Regarding the black flames on his body, He had always thought that it was the power of the divine essence released by the black divine deity, and not some kind of dochi. "Grandson, Grandpa is here." Hearing the voice, those fat rock bugs turned around and locked onto Luo Tian. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "God fiend!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His strength increased exponentially, and his proficiency increased to 2 points. At the same time, the 4 dark god beasts' bloodline within his body immediately moved. They were unable to break out of his body, but they continued to churn within Luo Tian's body. Vigorous power burst out. Luo Tian was like a titan standing in front of the flame insects. His body was continuously hit. Lin Yu was scared out of her wits. "You, don't waste time. Hurry up and attack. I won't be able to hold on for long." Luo Tian did not wait for her to finish speaking before reminding her. His attack power was higher than Lin Yu's, but if he did not act as a meat shield to block these insects, Lin Yu would not be able to unleash her full power. Lin Yu did not hesitate any longer. The blood mist released from her body thickened, and her movement speed increased as well. Swish, 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 Luo Tian's long sword continued to attack. Sword flowers constantly shot out from the left and right of Luo Tian. Every time a flame insect was struck, it would let out a miserable cry. What Luo Tian needed to do was to see the flame insect's HP drop to 0, then he would send a punch at it. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Rock Flame Insect for obtaining 1000 experience, 80 God Essence. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence. These rock flame insects ate the rocks in the Flame Mountain Range. These rocks contained fire essence, so they could explode out from their bodies. Without waiting for Luo Tian to control it, the fire essence that exploded out was directly absorbed by the burning fruit on the demon tree. However, the power of these fire essence was too small and could not immediately activate the burning fruit. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time now. He would definitely be able to gather all the fire essence in this Flame Mountain Range. F*CK. Even the third miss is attacking. Are we going to hide here? Are you still a man? Madman, Su could not hold it in any longer. He took a step forward and his shoes were immediately burned. He did not care so much and roared, "I'll fight it out with you. Boss, you attack. I'll block them." He pounced forward without a care for his life. Gu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and said, "Sooner or later, I will be killed by you lunatics." Although he said that his movements were not slow at all, he followed closely behind Madman Su and shouted, "The 2 of us will block it. The 2 of you attack. Hurry up, we won't be able to hold on for long." Their cultivation was too low, so it was impossible for them to hold on for too long. Madman Su charged forward. Luo Tian's body shot out and retreated to a certain distance. Standing on a rock, the idea moved, "Beast transformation!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. His body turned into a giant flame scorpion. The giant scorpion's tail turned like an anti-aircraft gun, aiming directly at the swarm of insects. He roared in his heart, "I'll let you all have a taste of the power of a machine gun." Thump, 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 thump. The poisonous stingers on the giant tail were like a machine gun, shooting out crazily. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. In the morning, she had seen Luo Tian transform into a flaming demonic beast. At that time, she had thought that it was one of Luo Tian's cultivation techniques. But now, she completely believed that he was a demonic beast. She thought to herself, beast and martial arts, dual cultivation. Is this his special ability? Don't just stand there, attack quickly. Luo Tian transmitted his voice. The poisonous stingers of the giant flame scorpion were indeed fast, but the damage was not too high. Fortunately, these insects had all suffered different degrees of injuries when they fell from the cave. Otherwise, the scorpion stingers would not be able to hurt them at all. Lin Yu came back to her senses and frowned. Blood Clan refine! She shouted softly. The surrounding blood mist suddenly shrank and gathered around the giant flame scorpion, which was Luo Tian's side. What's going on? Luo Tian was stunned. At this moment, every poisonous stinger that was shot out carried the power of the Blood Clan. The crimson poisonous stingers exploded on the bodies of the insects, causing them to scream miserably. Many of them fell down. Wow, what's this move called? Blood Clans refine? To be able to use this kind of power on a person and release the power of the Blood Clan, the Lin family's Blood Clan, is really extraordinary. Luo Tian thought to himself, this support is too strong. Kill all of them. Take his life while he's sick. Take advantage of the fact that these insects had not reacted and give them a good beating. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Rock Fire Insect for obtaining 1,000 experience points, 80 Divine Essence points. Ding! Do you wish to replace it? The level of the Rock Fire Insect was about the same as the giant flame scorpion, but the former was slightly stronger. However, with Lin Yu's super support, the giant scorpion could unleash even more power. Luo Tian did not replace it. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Rock Fire Insect for obtaining 1,000 experience points, 80 Divine Essence points. His experience points skyrocketed. Recently, the update time was a little unstable, but the 3 chapters a day would not be less. There would be a special explanation when there was a special event. Brothers, please have some firepower. Chapter 1576. The rock bugs continued to fall, and his experience continued to increase. It had to be said, Lin Yu's blood race refinement was extremely powerful. Strong support. The system had changed. Luo Tian's beast mode was no longer able to use God's explosion, divine fire, demon tree, and bloodline. He could only rely on the beast's own strength. This is great. Ha ha ha, boss, can we have a roasted firebug later? Madman Su's entire body was covered in wounds, but he was still extremely excited. Gu Zhongtian's body was about the same, and he scolded loudly. Idiot! How can one be enough? We need at least 3. We've lost so much blood. Shouldn't we eat some? Yes, 3. Madman Su immediately changed his words. Thinking about the barbecue meat he ate yesterday, he couldn't help but drool. The meat of the demon beasts in the Flame Mountain Range was extraordinary. Other than being delicious, it also contained a large amount of fire essence and spirit essence. These could all help warriors cultivate, and it was obvious that Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian had experienced this point. Lin Yu asked doubtfully, barbecue? The meat of these demon beasts can be roasted and eaten? That's too evil. Just thinking about it made her feel a little nauseous. Eating demon beasts was something she had never even thought of. Luo Tian moved and said, let's finish off these firebugs first. I'll let you guys eat to your heart's content later. Lin Yu looked at the sky. Unknowingly, they had already been in the canyon for more than 2 hours. There was still more than an hour before the sky turned dark. If they had not gathered by then, his heart tightened as he said, we have to speed up. It's getting dark, and at night, the strength of these demon beasts will increase, and they will become violent. At that time, we won't be a match for them at all. Huh, Luo Tian said, then speed up. As the number of rock bugs decreased, the number of fire bugs falling from the cave also decreased. At this moment, the power of the giant flame scorpion was weakening. Luo Tian moved and immediately changed back to his human body and shouted, kill! Taking the lead, he directly charged into the group of rock bugs. Holding onto the black iron sword that had exploded from Lin Tai's hands, he began to attack crazily. The dark Do Qi on his body followed him like a shadow. The 4 dark divine beasts were the same every time. Go all out. Woo, 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 woo. the rock flame bugs kept screaming in pain. Being chased by some powerful creatures, they wanted to rest in the Rift Valley, but they didn't expect to be beaten so badly by 4 low-level humans. They were very angry, but there was nothing they could do. When Lin Yu saw Luo Tian charging into the swarm of flame bugs, she followed suit. It had to be resolved quickly. If this dragged on any longer, the sky would turn dark, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, they still had to reach the rendezvous point before Lin Han. If it wasn't for these rock bugs, they would have already reached the rendezvous point. Attack together! Luo Tian shouted. Gu Zhongtian and Madman Su rushed over. Gu Zhongtian cursed. Grandson, I'll kill you! The 4 of them fought like mad demons. If there was anyone here, they would definitely be shocked by their madness. Facing the demonic beasts of the Flame Mountain Range, any martial artist's first reaction would be to avoid them. Yet, they didn't even try to avoid them. They directly faced them head-on. Furthermore, they even had the upper hand. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, Rock Bug for obtaining 1,000 experience, 80 Divine Essence. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Fire Essence. Let it go, let me do it. Luo Tian stood in front of Lin Yu, and rushed forward without any care for his life. With a punch, he killed the flame bug that still had a trace of blood left. The system beeped. He did not care about the stunned Lin Yu. Turned around and ran to the other side, and fiercely punched the heavily injured flame bug beside Madman Su. Lin Yu did not understand Luo Tian. She looked at him motionlessly. Luo Tian smiled from the side of his face, and posed in a rather handsome manner. Are you captivated by my handsome appearance? Shameless. Lin Yu spat out 2 words, rolled his eyes, and stared at Luo Tian for a moment, then threw himself into a new battle. Experience. Even if it was just a little, it was still meat. Luo Tian would definitely not miss it. If he wanted to level up, if he wanted to break through, he needed these experience points. The Crown Prince was still threatening the safety of the ancient continent. What happened in the profound Sky Continent could not be repeated. He had to kill the Crown Prince to ensure the safety of Yi Yunmeng, Qianqian, and Cloud Mist College. Moreover, when he left the Cloud Mist Continent, Huang Fuju's words contained a trace of concealment. This trace of concealment was because he did not want Luo Tian to worry. Luo Tian had a guess in his heart that he might be a father, so he had to kill the Crown Prince even more. Kill the ruler of the Heavenly Tao, ensure the absolute safety of the ancient continent, and then Shua Chun Chun Xen as well as Fatty Lei, who was suffering in the Hell World, Dan, and the other brothers. They were all still waiting for him. He had to quickly break through and level up. As long as his realm was high enough, he would be able to do what he wanted to do and save them. Therefore, even if he had to snatch it, Luo Tian would not waste any experience. Even if he was attacked by demon beasts, he would not waste it. Lunatics were like this, killing them one by one. His experience increased bit by bit. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Rock Flameworm for obtaining 1,000 experience, 80 Divine Essence. Ding! Congratulations, player. The number of rock flame worms continued to decrease. This is the last one. Lin Yu thrusted his sword down. After Luo Tian finished off one of them, he immediately shouted, Let it go, let me do it! Lin Yu refused to let go. He increased his speed. Luo Tian's eyes shook, and he said, Lin Han is here. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock as he immediately turned around. At this moment, Luo Tian killed the half-dead rock flameworm with a punch, laughed out loud, and said, Sorry, I lied to you. Lin Yu glared at Luo Tian angrily and said, It doesn't matter who kills. Why do you have to do this just to kill a demon beast? I really don't understand you. It's not like killing more demon beasts will help you break through. She naturally did not understand Luo Tian. As for Luo Tian, he didn't need anyone to understand him. Luo Tian laughed. There's a saying that even if you die under a peony flower, you'll still be a romantic ghost. Don't tell me you want these demon beasts to be romantic. I won't let them succeed. It's their honor to die under my fist. Lin Yu rolled his eyes at Luo Tian. After dealing with the rock flameworm here, he raised his head to look at the sky and gently exhaled, saying, I came in a hurry. I can still reach the assembly point before dark. I'm just afraid that Lin Han, Gu Zhongtian said. Don't worry. You are the daughter of the palace chief. What can he do to you? Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get going. We can't stay here any longer. Lin Yu urged. At this moment, a violent collision suddenly sounded out from the mountain, and lava spurted out like yellow sand. A golden light flashed, and an incomparably fat body fell from the mountainside. Luo Tian's eyes darkened. Boss! There was still one more chapter at night. Chapter 1577. After killing so many small ones, how could there not be any big ones? The moment he saw the golden light, Luo Tian immediately became alert. Lin Yu, Er's face was filled with anxiety as she shouted, Not good! The rock fire worm king is here. Quickly find a place to hide. The entire canyon will be engulfed in flames. At this moment, Lin Yu looked at the sky above the canyon as she became even more anxious. If they were dragged out by the rock fire worm king, they would not be able to climb up at all. The later it was, the more dangerous it would be for them. From the looks of it now, it would be impossible for them to reach the assembly point before Lin Han. She only wanted to bring Luo Tian and the rest to take a shortcut. Who would have thought that the situation would happen one after another, now that they had encountered the rank 4 rock fire worm king? This time, Lin Yu began to blame herself. Gu Zhongtian rolled his eyes as he looked at the rock fireworm king that was at least 5 times bigger than the normal rock fireworms. His legs went soft. Oh my God, I told you not to kill these rock fireworms. After killing the small ones, the big ones came. What should we do now? Madman Su pulled the stunned Gu Zhongtian and quickly ran behind a rock. He lowered his voice and said, Don't talk. Woo la la. Woo la la, woo la la. Looking at the corpses of the flaming insects all over the ground, the flaming insect king was extremely furious. It kept making strange noises, and the blazing aura released from its body directly ignited the surrounding rocks. The crimson flame quickly spread out. It was as if it was being roasted in an alchemy furnace. Lin Yu, Er's body was drenched in sweat. In less than half a minute, her clothes were completely drenched. Her exquisite curves were completely exposed. She was completely wet and seductive. Just one look and one would have the urge to have a nosebleed. Luo Tian took a quick look as his heart pounded. Lin Yu stared at Luo Tian and said in a low voice, If you continue to look, I will gouge your eyes out. Very impolite. Luo Tian smiled evilly and said, Do you want to fight again? Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian's mischievous smile, then looked at the crazed Firebug King. She frowned and said to herself, If we don't get rid of it, we won't be able to get out. It won't leave any time soon. All the water in our bodies will evaporate. We can't afford to waste any more time. But this guy is much stronger than the ordinary flame insects. It's a rank 4 demonic beast, and it's even a king level. Even if the 4 of us work together, I'm afraid we won't be its match. What should we do? Fight. He couldn't win. If he didn't fight, he would be exhausted to death. Lin Yu looked up at Luo Tian. Where is he? Suddenly, he realized that Luo Tian was no longer in his original position. Lin Yu looked at Madman Su on the other side. Madman Su shook his head, indicating that he didn't notice. Bang! A figure was sent flying by a flame. Against the rocks. The rocks shattered. Luo Tian slid down from the rock. His chest was burned, and there were traces of poison in the flames. Fire poison. It had continuous damage. Ouch! Luo Tian said in a low voice. But I know your HP now. Hee, only 1/3 of my HP left. Seems like this is a gift from the heavens. Luo Tian was excited. The move just now was just to see the Flame Insect King's HP. The HP of more than 30,000 was only left with 1/3. Facing such a boss, how could he not kill it? Lin Yu stared at Luo Tian strangely, as if she was looking at an idiot. A rank 4 demonic beast strength is comparable to a rank 7 deity. Moreover, it's a king-level demonic beast. Of course, its attack is strong. What are you trying to do? Hey! While Lin Yu was speaking, Luo Tian rushed up again. Lin Yu was so angry that she stomped her feet. I'm going to be angered to death by you. If you continue like this, you won't be his match at all. You're only a rank 4 deity. You, Sai, she was so angry. Gu Zhongtian said, "Third miss, he's this kind of person. Don't be angry with him. I'm already used to it." Madman Su said, "Don't say so much. Think of what to do now." Third miss, why did you disappear too? Gu Zhongtian blinked and suddenly realized that Lin Yu had disappeared. Who? Wang, the blood mist was released. A black shadow moved and Lin Yu appeared beside Luo Tian. If my father didn't ask me to protect you, I definitely wouldn't care about your life or death. If you continue to mess around like this, all of us will be killed by you sooner or later. Was a rank 4 king-level demonic beast so easy to kill? Luo Tian said, "Protect the two of them. You don't have to worry about me." Just as he was speaking, pong! A blazing ball of energy shot up and sent Luo Tian flying once again. Luo Tian was ruthlessly smashed into a rock on the side of the canyon. Dark red blood spurted out from the depths of his chest. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yu, his heart tightened and immediately retreated. "You don't need me to worry about you." Lin Yu's eyes darkened. "You really want to kill it?" Of course. Luo Tian endured the pain and was about to rush up again. However, he was stopped by Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked sideways at Madman Su and said, "The two of you stop it. No matter what, don't let it get close to me. Do you understand?" Madman Su was stunned. He didn't ask any questions and immediately rushed up. Gu Zhongtian was very unwilling. However, he was pulled forward by Madman Su. Madman Su even said, "Are you out of your mind? Don't you know that Third Miss has something to tell boss? She doesn't want us to see it." Gu Zhongtian grinned and said enviously, "This kid is really lucky. Third Miss is such a beautiful girl. How did she fall for him?" Lin Yu said seriously, "Then listen to me. There is a powerful force in your body. As long as I bite you, the venom will seep into your body. Your power will then crazily devour my blood clan power." Luo Tian's heart tightened. And then Lin Yu said, "Then that dark force will explode. At that time, your power will reach an unprecedented peak. It should be enough to kill it," but she didn't finish her sentence. Because once Lin Yu bit Luo Tian in a few seconds, she would be completely drained by the dark force in Luo Tian's body and faint. If Luo Tian couldn't kill the Firebug King, then she would die here. Luo Tian asked, "But what?" Lin Yu didn't say anything. "Nothing. You are ready." Luo Tian stood still. Lin Yu, his mouth moved, revealing 2 cute little canine teeth. She aimed at Luo Tian's neck and bit down. In the distance, Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian were stunned. Because of the angle, they saw it differently. Gu Zhongtian said, "Damn, she's already kissing. What's going on? I don't ask for monthly votes. I only want recommendation votes. Brothers, there are recommendation votes every day. Remember to vote for Old Cow. Good night." Chapter 1578. Qi. Under the main artery, an electric current spread throughout his body. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes suddenly opened wide. At the same time, he could clearly feel the dark energy hidden in the divine deity pouncing on him like a hungry tiger, greedily absorbing the Strigoi power flowing in from the main artery. What is this? The moment the dark energy devoured Lin Yu's body began to tremble rapidly, becoming weak, and said, "This is the thing in your body that can absorb the Strigoi's power. Don't tell me you don't know your own strength." This Luo Tian really did not know. He only knew that he had endured 999 bolts of dark energy, turning his divine deity black. As for the rest, he did not know anything. What did 999 bolts of lightning mean? He did not know. However, the entire divine realm was going crazy for him. Many almighty experts were searching for his whereabouts, and even the Dominator-level experts were searching for him. This was also why he discovered that someone was looking for him the moment he entered the divine realm. Luo Tian had always thought that the crown prince was looking for him for revenge. So much so that after he came to the divine realm, he did not reveal his name to anyone, including Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian. Lin Yu's body became weaker and weaker and said, "Feel it yourself. This power is hidden in your body. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint soon. Don't worry about me. After you let it absorb its fill, it can unleash unimaginable power. This is the only way we can kill the Firebug King. You must grab it." Then Lin Yu fainted. However, the evil power under her teeth was still seeping into Luo Tian's body, constantly transmitting. Luo Tian was also constantly absorbing uncontrollably. Luo Tian's mind tightened and thought, what exactly is this? Is it related to the black divine deity? Is it related to the black flames released from my body? If this is the power of darkness, then Luo Tian's heart tightened, thinking of the demon tree in his mind, thinking of the fruit of darkness that Blackbeard had obtained by hook or by crook. Then can the fruit of darkness be activated? If he had the power of the fruit of darkness, then Luo Tian clenched his fists. His heart was boiling as if he had been injected with chicken blood. However, he could not control the power in his body at all. He kept trying to control it with his mind, but it was completely useless. That force didn't even care about him. It was as if he didn't exist. He was completely despised. F***CK. How dare you be so arrogant in my body? Do you still want to live? Luo Tian shouted in his heart. That power was still the same. There was no reaction. It was still absorbing the evil Blood Clan's energy that was continuously being transmitted from Lin Yu. In the process of sucking, a black flame involuntarily appeared around Luo Tian's body. It flowed all over his body like a dark elf. Moreover, this dark elf had a strong and passionate power. He could clearly sense it. Furthermore, the black flame aura continued to grow thicker. Luo Tian didn't know that this was the legendary Dark Doqi. This was something that even dominators were jealous of. Yet he didn't know. Boss, we can't take it anymore. This fellow is going crazy. We can't block it anymore. Madman Su shouted. Gu Zhongtian said, "What time is it now? You are still talking about love. Can't you care about our feelings? How can such a beauty be stuck in your cow dung? You are really blind. Hurry up. We really can't block it anymore. We are really going to be played to death by you guys." The two of them were really using their lives to block it. After being sent flying a few times, they charged forward again. The Rock Flame Bug King was also going crazy. Seeing so many of its brothers die and being chased in the mountains, it was very unhappy. It was extremely unhappy. If it didn't kill these humans, it wouldn't stop. Who? Luo Tian sighed softly. He thought to himself, okay, it's time for you to explode. He couldn't control it. He still couldn't control it. Luo Tian was really angry. Lin Yu's face was also pale from being sucked dry. She looked like a dead person. If she was really sucked to death, then, although the Blood Clan's life force was very tenacious, With a blood clan here really like the ones in the movies? He didn't know. I don't care anymore. Luo Tian couldn't wait any longer. If he delayed any longer, not only would Lin Yu or be sucked to death, Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian would also be killed by the Rock Flame Bug King. Luo Tian grabbed Lin Yu and pulled out her 2 canine teeth from his main artery. He gently placed them aside. Then he moved his feet and charged forward. He roared in his heart, "It's fine if you are not under my control. However, you are a part of my body. If I die, you will disappear. Now kill it." He charged forward. He stood beside the Rock Flame Bug King. Luo Tian instantly punched it. The Rock Flame Bug King's cold eyes moved. It opened its mouth and shot out a super lava rock. The moment the lava rock shot out, the dark flames on Luo Tian's body suddenly disappeared. Bang! It directly hit Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian was directly sent flying, smashing into a rock at the side of the canyon. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was in extreme pain. Luo Tian was furious. F***ck your ancestors. You like to play with me, right? Then let's see who can win. He was really annoyed. At the crucial moment, he actually retracted his dark Doqi and allowed him to be attacked. If it wasn't for his strong physical defense, Luo Tian would probably have died. If this wasn't playing with him, then what was? Luo Tian immediately retracted all his aura. You want to play with me, right? Then come at me. Once again, he rushed forward. Bang! He was sent flying again. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of black blood. He continued to charge forward. He continued to be sent flying. He continued to spit out blood. Luo Tian didn't think of attacking. He wanted to see who could win. He wasn't afraid of death at all. If he was angered, then he would fight to the death. Who could fight to the death? Bang! Luo Tian was sent flying again. His entire body was burning, and the pain made it difficult for him to breathe. However, he didn't care at all. If you want to play, then I'll accompany you. He charged forward again. This time, the black flames on his body were suddenly released. Luo Tian grinned excitedly and said, "Are you afraid now?" "I'm afraid." "Then kill it for me." Luo Tian's idea moved, and a ball of dark Doqi spread out from his body, directly enveloping the real canyon. Finally, it suddenly shrank, and an incomparably powerful devouring force directly swallowed the Rock Flame Bug King. Crack! Instant kill! Explode! The first chapter was delivered. Chapter 1579. Want to compete in ruthlessness? No one could compare to Luo Tian. Even the will of darkness was the same. The dark Doqi was a part of the dark divine deity. As Luo Tian had yet to develop the power of the dark divine deity, the current dark Doqi was completely controlled by the will of darkness. Luo Tian attacked with all his might. He was constantly sent flying. He completely disregarded his life. Just as Luo Tian had said, if he died, the will of darkness would also disappear. Facing Luo Tian's madness, he could only compromise. Moreover, he regretted his disdain just now. This lunatic Luo was too terrifying. Luo Tian was ecstatic. He did not blame the will of darkness. He was very strong, very strong. Why couldn't he look down on the weak? In the eyes of the will of darkness, Luo Tian was very weak, very weak. What right did he have to control him? In this world, the strong were the kings. If you were strong, not only would people be afraid of you, even your power would be afraid of you. This was the reality. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The dark Doqi immediately engulfed the Magma Bug King, just like how Han Xiu's arm exploded after being entangled by the dark Doqi. However, Luo Tian was extremely shocked to see the Magma Bug King that was over 5 meters tall being engulfed. Too damn strong. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Rock Flameworm King, for obtaining 14,000 experience points, 500 divine essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 drops of Fire Essence Qi. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining permanent Tempering Fire. Do you wish to comprehend it? Ding. Congratulations to player for killing Rock Flame Worm King. Do you wish to replace it? Replace. This guy is a rank 4 monster and a king level monster at that. How can I not replace it? Luo Tian said in his heart. The system also immediately replaced it. Luo Tian could feel that his beast had been replaced with the Rock Flame Worm King. Nothing was dropped. Eternal Tempering Fire? What is that? Luo Tian was a little unhappy that this mini-boss did not drop anything. He opened up the system interface and saw that this ball of fire was moving around on the interface like a fire elf. Item: Quenching Fire Attribute, Fire Description, the Fire of Refinement and Fire of Refinement. It can increase the fusion ability, speed up the refinement of weapons, and increase the grade of weapons. It has a bonus effect on fire attribute weapons. This was the auxiliary fire of the refining technique. This thing, sigh. Luo Tian sighed and said, I don't even have the refining technique right now, so what's the use of it? It's better to drop something useful. But, speaking of which, there aren't many disciples in the Shangtian mansion who have weapons. Are weapons so rare in God's domain? It was not just scarce. It was very, very rare. Even an elder like Lin Tai only had a grade 1 mysterious iron sword. This was enough to prove that God's domain's weapons were truly lacking. This ball of flame seemed useless, but in reality he had picked up a treasure. This was something that many refining masters dreamed of. If it was auctioned, it would definitely fetch a shocking price. It's already dropped. Anyway, it's permanent, so I'll just keep it. Release. Luo Tian released it like trash. Releasing it was equivalent to a kind of cultivation. Just like a cultivation technique, it would follow Luo Tian forever. My god, one move kill. Fierce. Too fierce. Gu Zhongtian clicked his tongue. Looking around, he couldn't even find the corpse of the Firebug King. It was devoured in an instant. Wasn't this a little too ferocious? That was a 4th rank king level demonic beast. Madman Su walked to Luo Tian's body in shock and said, Boss, can I ask why you are so fierce? That was a grade 4 monster, and you killed it instantly. Are you really a newbie who just entered God's domain? Luo Tian smiled and did not say anything. It was not that he was fierce. It was that the dark energy was fierce. With a thought, he wanted to find the dark Doqi that was released just now, but he could not sense it at all. He wanted to try and see if he could activate the dark fruit on the devil tree, but it had completely disappeared. He could not sense it at all. Anyway, it was in his own body. Luo Tian was not in a hurry. He said in his heart, As long as you are in my body, sooner or later, I will make you submit. Wong. A buzzing sound came from the divine deity, as if it was protesting. It also disappeared in disdain. More importantly, it said, Come if you have the guts. Luo Tian grinned and walked to Lin Yu's side. At this moment, Lin Yu was still unconscious and her face was still pale. Phew. Luo Tian looked at Lin Yu's pale face and felt grateful. At the same time, he was puzzled. How did she know that there was a strong power in his body? Was it because she had bitten him? This girl is really strong. Strong support. Moreover, she could stimulate the dark energy in his body. Her blood could also heal the wounds on his body. If this was in the game, with a healer, an output, and an attribute that could increase one's strength, it was simply too strong. Gu Zhongtian asked, What's wrong with her? I saw her kissing you and then fainted. Are you poisonous? Madman Su said in disdain. Don't talk nonsense. The third miss must have fainted because of something else. Look at how powerful and domineering the boss is. Maybe she was mesmerized by the boss's handsomeness? This flattery was too comfortable. Luo Tian raised his head and looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, It's going to be dark soon. We have to hurry up and climb up. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Zhongtian walked to Lin Yu's side and said with a wronged look, "Leave the tiring work of carrying people to me." Scram! Luo Tian pushed Gu Zhongtian away and said, "Look at this steep cliff. It's already good that you can climb up. And you still want to carry her? Do you want her to fall to her death?" Madman Su immediately agreed. That's right. He lowered his voice and said to Gu Zhongtian, "I didn't even get a turn, so how can you get one? If someone has to carry her, it should be me." Gu Zhongtian said in disdain, "What a guy who values love more than friends." Gathering grounds. After Lin Han arrived, he immediately ordered the gates to be closed. Outside the gates, many disciples were crazily shouting, "Open the gates! Grand Elder, open the gates!" Lin Han, who was standing on the walls of the stronghold, acted like he didn't hear anything. He looked into the distance and searched for Lin Yu. After not seeing her for a long time, he smiled and said proudly, "I thought you took a shortcut, but you still haven't appeared. It's going to be dark soon. Grand Elder, those 3 slaves still haven't appeared. Everyone in the stronghold is an outer sect disciple. Are we really not going to open the gates?" A disciple asked carefully. Lin Han laughed coldly. "There's no point in keeping this bunch of trash alive. Let them die outside. The trial competition, how can they grow without it? Wahaha! Chapter 2 has been delivered. Requesting firepower, requesting subscriptions. Chapter 1580. It took him a lot of effort to climb up from the bottom of the canyon. At this time, it was already dark. "Boss, the assembly point is just ahead." Madman Su looked at the stronghold not far away and said excitedly. Gu Zhongtian also laughed happily. "I can finally have a good sleep. These 2 days, it's better to be a slave in Shengtian Manor. Every day is fighting and killing, and I'm so scared that I'm about to have a heart attack." Luo Tian looked at the stronghold in front of him and did not look very optimistic. "Let's go over first." Night fell. It was time for the demon beasts to dominate. The roars of various demon beasts could be heard from the depths of the forest, and from time to time there would be rumbling sounds. "Great Elder, let us in." "Great Elder, I beg you. The demon beasts are about to come, I beg you." "Great Elder, please do us a favor." There were cries below the stronghold gate. Lin Han, who was on the city wall, ignored them. "A bunch of trash. If you had stopped me a little, my brother wouldn't have died in the hands of a slave. Since you're so afraid of death, you might as well die outside. Shengtian Manor has raised you for so long, it can be considered benevolent." Lin Han snorted coldly. He held a grudge against his brother's death. Thinking of Luo Tian's face, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He thought to himself, "Kid, let's see how you're going to survive tonight. Great Elder, those 3 slaves and the 3rd miss are here," a disciple quickly reported. But Lin Han immediately became interested and said, "They're finally here. They're really fast, haha. But what? If you have something to say it quickly." The disciple said, "But the 3rd miss seems to be unconscious." Unconscious. Could it be that she encountered a demon beast on the way and was seriously injured? Lin Han laughed coldly and said, "Lin Yu, this is the result of going against me. Even the demon beasts are helping me deal with you, ha ha ha." At this moment, Luo Tian and the other 3 walked to the gate outside the stronghold. Gu Zhongtian immediately shouted, "Open the gate! Quickly open the gate!" No one answered. Madman Su shouted, "The 3rd miss of the Lin family is here. Hurry up and open the door for me. If you're slow, I won't be polite to you." There was still no response. On the city wall, "First Elder, it's really 3rd Mississippi. Should we open the door?" Lin Han sneered proudly. "No, she was not on the trial list in the first place. You can't blame me for what happened this time. She asked for it. Pass down my orders. No one is to open the door without my permission." "Understood." The disciple hurriedly retreated. Shortly after, Lin Hun poked his head out and sneered, "Third miss? What third young miss?" The third young miss name wasn't even on the list. The sky was already dark. If the gate of the stronghold was opened, what would happen if the demonic beasts took advantage of the opening to enter? There are only a dozen of you, but there are hundreds of people inside. As an elder of Shantian Prefecture, I must consider the overall situation. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he didn't forget to laugh wildly. "Madman," Sue couldn't help but say, "you saw the third young miss this morning. Open your King eyes wide and see if this is the third young Mississippi." Lin Hun laughed. "What happened this morning? Why don't I remember it at all? Why would the third young miss come to such a place? Do you want to trick me into opening the gate? Ha ha ha." "Madman," Sue was furious. "Gu," Zhongtian scolded. "CK your ancestors. If you don't want to open the gate, just say so." "What bullshit, demonic beasts took advantage of the opening to enter. There are no demonic beasts in this area." "Lin Hun, do you deserve to be the first elder of Shantian Prefecture? You're even worse than a dog." Luo Tian finally saw through it. Lin Yu guessed right. Lin Hun would not open the gate. The more he scolded, the happier Lin Hun was. "It's getting dark. There will be a large wave of demonic beasts rushing over. Let's see if you still have the energy to scold me then. Ha ha ha. I won't open the gate. What can you do to me? What can you do to me?" Shortly after, Lin Hun said to the other outer sect disciples, "Don't you want to come in? It's very simple. As long as you kill all 4 of them, I'll immediately open the gate and let you in." Luo Tian frowned. The outer sect disciples immediately looked at Luo Tian and the other 3. "Madman," Su said, "don't be a fool. If you want to open the gate, you should have done so before we came. Fighting with us will only let him reap the benefits." An outer sect disciple said, "The demonic beasts will appear soon. Instead of waiting for the demonic beasts to kill, why not take a gamble? Brothers, let's kill these 3 slaves. If we attack together, we can definitely win." "Is that so?" Luo Tian gently put Lin Yu down. His aura fluctuated, and the aura of a rank 4 deity exploded. He snorted coldly, "I don't even care about the rank 6 deity Lin Tai. Do you think you can be my opponent?" His voice trembled, bringing with it endless deterrence. It directly stunned the outer sect disciples. Indeed, even the rank 6 deity Lin Tai was not a match for Luo Tian. All of them added together were even less of a match. Lin Hun laughed. "Rank 4 deities are very arrogant. If they don't attack, don't worry. A large wave of demonic beasts will attack. In the morning, you had that bitch protecting you. I want to see who can help you tonight. You killed my brother. Do you think you can live?" His voice was filled with killing intent. To Lin Hun, killing Luo Tian was very simple. However, he did not want Luo Tian to die so easily. He wanted to see Luo Tian's body being torn apart by the demonic beasts, piece by piece. He wanted to see him in pain, struggling, and suffering as the demonic beasts ate him bit by bit. This was what he wanted to see. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly, looking at the golden boss Lin Hun on the wall. He said, "Whether I live or die is not up to you. If you want to avenge your brother, then come down. Come." Lin Hun laughed. "Why would I need to do anything to kill you? There will be demonic beasts coming soon. Just you wait." Luo Tian said domineeringly, "If you don't have the guts to come down, then scram to the side." Lin Hun was enraged, bringing with him a strong killing intent. However, in the end he endured it. Lin Hun moved his right hand, and a slave below the city wall was sucked up, directly breaking his neck. Blood spurted out, and he fell to Luo Tian's feet, saying, "The smell of blood is everywhere. In less than 10 minutes, the demonic beasts will be here. You dog, just wait for your death." Ha ha ha. The stench of blood spread out crazily. The smell of blood could greatly stimulate the nerves of demonic beasts. Even demonic beasts that were 100 miles away could smell it, especially the blood of humans. It stimulated their nerves even more. In less than half a minute, the depths of the forest began to stir. It's coming. Those brothers who can subscribe, please do so. The old cow is extremely grateful. Good night. Recommend the book written by the girl, The Aristocratic Family's Plot. Search it and add it to the bookshelf. Treat it as helping the old cow. Thank you. Chapter 1581. Enjoy it. Lin Hun laughed a few times, then walked down from the city wall. Bastard, don't go. If you have the guts, come out. I definitely won't beat you to death. Lin Hun, you have to take responsibility for what happened today. You actually dared to leave the third miss outside the assembly point. Just you wait. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian continued to curse. However, Lin Hun was not there at all. The outer sect disciples were all kneeling at the entrance of the stronghold. Great Elder, let us in. We will die outside, please. Madman Su asked. Boss, what should we do now? Gu Zhongtian said. What do you mean, what should we do? Hurry up and think of a way to hide. The human blood has stimulated the demon beasts. Look at the forest. There is already a large wave of demon beasts approaching. And this is only the beginning. The demon beasts will be even more ferocious at night, and there will be even more of them. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists and said, Kill! What? Gu Zhongtian immediately asked, Are you crazy? This was a rare opportunity to level up. He couldn't miss it. A despicable person like Lin Hun had to be killed, but with Luo Tian's current cultivation, he was simply not a match for him. He needed to level up, he needed to obtain even more power, and he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the 5th step of the divine stage. He couldn't miss it. Even if he had to pay a heavy price, he couldn't miss it. Luo Tian said, The two of you take Lin Yu or behind me. Remember, you must not come out this time. No matter what happens to me, you must not come out. This time he was serious. Moreover, this was his own path of breakthrough. He didn't want others to take the risk with him. Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian's cultivation was too low. They wouldn't be of much help. Instead, they would drag him down. He could erupt completely by himself. Madman Su asked seriously, Boss, are you serious? This is a demon beast tide, and each wave is more ferocious than the last. These demon beasts are probably even stronger than the rock fire bugs in the canyon. Let's temporarily avoid them. Luo Tian said, Madman, protect them well. While they were talking, he took a step forward and walked to the gate of the stronghold. Looking at the outer sect disciples kneeling on the ground, he shouted, If you don't want to die, come with me. Everyone turned to look at Luo Tian. His eyes were filled with resentment. If it wasn't for Luo Tian, they wouldn't have been unable to enter. However, they didn't dare to make a move because they weren't Luo Tian's opponent. It was even more impossible for him to be a match for demonic beasts. Without thinking, they turned around and continued to shout, First Elder, please open the door. In the village. Great Elder, that brat actually wants to fight against the horde of demonic beasts. Lin Hun picked up his teacup and paused for a moment. He found it funny and said, I thought he was smart. He actually chose to fight against the demonic beasts. How stupid, extremely stupid. But this is also good. He will be torn apart by the demonic beasts. Lin Tai, although I did not personally avenge you, his death was 100 times worse than yours. You can rest in peace in the underworld. Then, Lin Hun waved his hand and said, I understand. You can leave now. Remember, no one is allowed to go out and help. No one is allowed to open the door. Yes, sir. In the room. Lin Hun was the only one left. He took out a sheepskin map and looked at a tall mountain on the map. He said in a low voice, We are still 2 days away. The 9 suns flower should also bloom in these 2 days. As long as I obtain it, I will be able to cultivate the power of the sun and absorb any power of the blood clan. Ha! Lin Zhan, all of your skills are mine. Rumble, 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 the sound shook the sky. A large tree was uprooted and thrown out. Buzz, a barrier suddenly appeared above the stronghold, directly repelling the tree that was smashing down. Luo Tian was slightly startled. There's actually a defensive barrier! This was not strange. Otherwise, if the gathering place encountered some flying demonic beasts, it would be useless. It wouldn't be of any use. Kacha! 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 In the dark forest, one tree after another was pushed down, and the sound of footsteps became stronger and stronger. Help! Let me in! Hurry up and let me in! Help! Those outer sect disciples were so scared that they were trembling and even peeing their pants. The earth shook. Their hearts were also trembling. Luo Tian's eyes were filled with excitement as he stared at the edge of the forest. His fist sank, and with a move of his feet, he rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. Kill! For Divine Beast's bloodline. Release. Previous chapter, next chapter. Boom. The power of the 4 divine beasts of darkness surged out. A rank 1 ape that was the first to rush out suddenly found a human descending from the sky and landing a punch on its head before it could even poke its head out. Crack! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Instant kill! With the help of the Force, he jumped onto a big tree and aimed at another demonic beasts on the ground. Come on, go crazy! Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing. Ding! The system beep sounded. Every time the system beep sounded, the experience points would rise. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, rank 5 divine beasts. I leveled up. Unfortunately, there is no system reward. Luo Tian gasped for breath as blood flowed from his forehead. There was a long bone in his chest, and the pain was unbearable. However, there was only excitement in his eyes. The moment he broke through, all the pain in his body disappeared. Therefore, his attributes were completely restored. 8 flame wolves instantly pounced. Luo Tian moved sideways. Azure Dragon Fury! Roar! His left fist moved, and his fist was like a dragon, sweeping across. Bang, bang, bang. White Tiger Madness! Roar! Following that, another punch swept out, knocking back the 8 giant wolves that were pouncing at him. Then, locking onto one of them, Luo Tian turned around and pounced back, crazily attacking. During this period of time, he continuously used God Explosion and God Fire. Skill proficiency was extremely important. As long as the cooldown was over, it would be released. The wails of demonic beasts could be heard from the depths of the forest. No one knew what was happening inside. However, not a single demonic beast rushed out. Even so, none of them dared to approach. Late at night, the stench of blood from the forest was pungent and unpleasant. This night had become even more restless, and demonic beasts were constantly approaching from afar. Luo Tian was like a man who had crawled out of a pool of blood. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for breaking through. Current level, rank 6 divine beasts. Another level. Lin Hun, what is your cultivation level? Ha ha ha! I, your father, will kill you all night. Tomorrow morning, I will take your life. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. His body was already exhausted, and the moment he leveled up, it was as if he had returned from hell. His entire body felt indescribably comfortable. His strength had increased. Luo Tian became even crazier. There was no need to talk about the reason why I stopped updating yesterday. There are at least 5 chapters today, and I will update them in the next 2 days. Brothers, support whatever you have. Old Cow thanks you. Chapter 1582. At midnight, Luo Tian was still fighting with all his might. However, it was getting harder and harder. Killing a demon beast had to pay a terrible price. Every time he had to risk his life. Fortunately, his level 10 body's defense was strong enough. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have already gone to see the King of Hell. Lin Hun walked out of his room and looked at the sky. He could still hear the continuous rumbling outside the village, and when he looked at the city wall, he realized that there were many inner sect disciples standing there and discussing something. What are these inner sect disciples doing there instead of resting? Could it be men? Lin Hun shouted out. A disciple immediately walked up and said, "Great Elder." Lin Hun asked, "What happened? What are those inner sect disciples doing on the city wall?" The inner sect disciples were not under his jurisdiction. Lin Hun was only the great elder of the outer sect. He could not interfere with the matters of the inner sect, and no one in the inner sect would pay attention to him. The disciples said, reporting to the great elder, that Brad has been fighting in the forest for an entire night and is still fighting. Until now, not a single demon beast has rushed out of the forest, and many people are watching from the assembly point. What? Lin Hun's face was shocked. That dog is still alive? He's actually still alive? He couldn't believe it. How could a mere fourth-stage god survive under the attacks of a group of demon beasts? That was absolutely impossible. The disciple said, "I heard that the demon beasts that have appeared are all fourth-stage demon beasts. A fourth-stage god is no match for them. I don't know how he survived." While he was speaking, Lin Hun had already walked out and said, "Let's go and take a look." On the city wall of the assembly point. So strong. He's actually still fighting. Just how strong is this brat? Who is it? I heard that it's a slave from the outer sect's slave camp. That's what the outer sect brothers said. They offended Lin Hun and were blocked outside the assembly point. Are you joking? A slave in the slave camp? Even we inner sect disciples can't do that. Half the night was filled with violent tremors. More and more people couldn't sleep. Walking up the city wall and looking at the gloomy forest, they didn't know what was happening in the forest. The only thing they could be sure of was that there was only one person in the forest resisting those powerful demon beasts. Only one person. This made them incomparably shocked, an indescribable shock. Lin Hun is here. It was unknown who said this, but all the inner sect disciples looked over. Lin Hun's expression was very ugly. He walked to the front and heard the sounds of battle in the forest. He immediately asked, "Is he really the only one fighting inside?" The disciple beside him replied, "Yes, I've been sending people to keep an eye on them. Only that kid went in alone." An inner sect disciple asked curiously, "Elder Lin, what's that kid's name?" "What's his name?" Lin Hun was stumped. He didn't know either. He snorted and said, "A slave doesn't deserve a name. He's only a slave of Shangtian Prefecture. He'll always be a slave." Rumble, rumble, rumble. A few dull sounds of collision rang out. Immediately after, a long python was thrown out and directly smashed into the barrier above the assembly point. It bounced off and fell to the ground, struggling for a few moments before dying. Rank 4 demon beast, flame python. Heavens! He single-handedly killed the flame python. He's too powerful. How could such a person be a slave? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Someone must be deliberately making things difficult for him. This kind of thing only happens in the outer sect. Lin Hun stared the python below the village. He couldn't believe that it was killed by Luo Tian. Even rank 6 or 7 gods couldn't do it. How could he do it? He shook his head and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." An inner sect disciple said, "Elder Lin, if he's really from Shangtian Prefecture, then he's definitely a super genius. If such a genius dies outside, I'm afraid you, as the outer sect grand elder, can't bear the responsibility, right?" There was a hint of threat in his voice. In order to compete with Nantian Prefecture, Xingtian Prefecture had been recruiting all kinds of talents. If such a genius died just like that, it would definitely be a loss to Xingtian Prefecture. Lin Hun snorted coldly and said, "It's not up to you to teach me how to do things. You inner sect disciples should just take care of yourselves. Don't meddle too much. Otherwise, he laughed coldly. The disciple who spoke just now snorted unhappily and said, Otherwise what? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The moment he spoke, all the inner sect disciples looked at Lin Hun in unison. Numerous sharp gazes were directed at him. Lin Hun instantly felt the pressure. The inner sect was the core of Lin Zhan, and no one could shake it. This was also the reason why the inner sect disciples didn't take him, the outer sect grand elder, seriously. Lin Hun secretly clenched his fists under his sleeves and said to himself, Just you wait. If I get the 9 suns flower, I'll turn all of you into dried corpses. He was extremely furious. Lin Hun smiled faintly and said, You're all the elites of Shangtian Prefecture, the cornerstones of the prefecture. Just do what you're supposed to do. As for the outer sect, everything is decided by me. If you're not satisfied, feel free to speak to the prefecture master. The mountain was high, and the emperor was far away. He could cover the sky with one hand in the outer sect. He wouldn't open the gate of the stronghold and let Luo Tian and the others in just because of the pressure from the inner sect disciples. This was absolutely impossible. An inner sect disciple said softly, Senior brother, let's not interfere in the matters of the outer sect. Don't forget the purpose of our trial this time. The leading disciple snorted softly. Then he shouted towards the forest. Brother, no matter who you are, I have to say this. As long as you survive, the inner sect of Shangtian Prefecture will always be open for you. You must survive, you must. His voice wasn't loud. However, leaning against a rock in the forest, Luo Tian, who was gasping for breath, heard everything clearly. He laughed bitterly. You might as well come down and help me, Sai. He knew that this was impossible. Because of Lin Hun, he had heard the conversation on the city wall. Lin Hun wanted to use these beasts to kill him. The more it was like this, the stronger he became. His desire to kill Lin Hun became even more resolute. He clenched his fists tightly and stood up with difficulty. He rushed towards a flaming beast that was slowly walking out and roared, Come on! When Zhang Ao heard Luo Tian's voice, he said excitedly, All right, you must survive. Then he glared at Lin Hun fiercely and said coldly, I will report everything that happens here to the prefecture master without missing a word. Let's go. Huff! Lin Yu suddenly stood up, as if she had been resurrected from the dead. Where is he? The second chapter was delivered. Chapter 1583. When Lin Yu woke up, the first thing she asked was Luo Tian. At the same time, she also realized that this was not a canyon, nor was it a gathering point. There was only one possibility. Lin Yu instantly stood up and said, Is it Lin Hun who won't let us in? Gu Zhongtian heard the 2 words Lin Hun and became angry and said, It's that old dog. What about him? Lin Yu asked again. The 2 of them fell silent. Lin Yu frowned and raised her voice. Hurry up and say it! Madman Su stammered. Lin Hun killed a slave and used his blood to stimulate the surrounding demon beasts. Before we left, the demon beasts had already approached, and in order to protect us, Boss went to fend off the demon beasts. What? Lin Yu's heart ached, and she muttered to herself, So stupid! Immediately after, My power has increased by quite a bit. Father was right, he is my destiny. Every time I suck his blood, I will suffer a backlash from that power. But at the same time, my cultivation is rapidly increasing, and the purity of my blood is also increasing. It won't be long before my blood will catch up to Father's. He can't die, he absolutely can't die. After waking up from a coma, his strength increased. Without a doubt, this was all because of the dark energy in Luo Tian's body. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow. Gu Zhongtian pulled Madman Su and said, If anything happens to her, Boss will not let you and me off. Only then did Madman Su react and said, Third Miss is awake. She can protect herself. I will go find boss. A few minutes later, Lin Yu heard the sound of power colliding in the forest. As she ran, she shouted to the disciples guarding the city wall, "If anything happens to him, I will use all of your lives to accompany him in death." On the city wall, Lin Hun's eyes turned sinister, and he coldly snorted and whispered, "You should be buried with my brother." The disciples on the city wall all looked at Lin Hun. Lin Hun shouted, "No one is allowed to open the door." Third Miss did not appear on the list of candidates. Who can prove that she is Third Miss? Also, no one is allowed to mention this to the inner disciples, not a single word. Do you understand? Lin Hun exhorted sternly. He thought to himself, "As long as I get the 9 Suns flower, I don't care if you are the 3rd young mistress or the 8th young mistress." Seeing Lin Yu rush into the forest, Lin Hun smirked coldly and said, "It is now the latter half of the night. High-level demonic beasts will appear. After killing so many demonic beasts, the smell of blood will attract enough demonic beasts to crush the 2 of you." Ha ha ha! At this moment, Gu Zhongtian happened to hear Lin Hun's complacent laughter and immediately scolded. "What the hell are you laughing at?" "Lin Hun, I'll kill you sooner or later." Madman Su gazed at the outer court disciples that were still kneeling at the entrance and shouted, "All of you are still watching the show? Could it be that all of you don't know that my boss didn't allow a single demon beast to charge out in order to protect all of you? Why aren't you coming to help?" The dozen or so outer sect disciples looked at each other. A brawny man stood up and shouted heavily, "Mother asterisk her. Rather than kneeling here in such a cowardly manner, we might as well fight with them for a while. Are you going or not?" "A bunch of cowards." "I'll go." While they were talking, the brawny man followed Madman Su and the others and rushed forward. "Next. Count me in. I'll go too." As a person, you have to have some guts. After kneeling for half the night, has anyone taken pity on us? No. Kill. I'm going all out. At most, I'll just die. Then, more than a dozen outer court disciples all rushed forward. Lin Hun revealed a look of disdain and said, "Good, good, very good. This is the disciple of the Xingtian mansion. This is the purpose of you entering the flame mountain range. Ha ha ha. All of you go to hell." Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of explosions suddenly came out from the forest. Following that, flames soared into the sky. One by one, the towering trees were uprooted. The entire forest was on fire. It was a complete mess. Not long after, a few outer court disciples ran out while wailing like ghosts and howling wolves. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Lin Hun laughed out loud, laughing with incomparable joy. "Aren't you showing off? Aren't you going to live and die with those slaves? Why are all of you running out as if you've seen a ghost? Ha ha ha. You bunch of trash. You're laughing at me." In the forest, the 3-headed cobra was crazily spewing out flames. Luo Tian was sent flying. His body rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. His entire body was in indescribable pain. The blood that flowed out was dried, like a set of black armor on his body. Seeing Lin Yu rush into the forest, he immediately asked, "Why are you here?" "It's dangerous here. Hurry up and leave." Lin Yu's body released a bloody mist, and with a move of his sword, he immediately rushed to Luo Tian's side. Seeing that Luo Tian's entire body was covered in wounds, he immediately scolded, "Do you want to die? Didn't I tell you that everything is waiting for me to wake up?" His heart ached. Luo Tian scratched his head and laughed. "I just don't like Lin Hun." "Don't like your head, are you happy now?" Lin Yu really wanted to punch Luo Tian, but seeing how injured he was, she held back. But in that instant, her eyes suddenly shook, and she said, "Your cultivation?" Luo Tian laughed. "Rank 6 deity. How is that possible? You actually broke through from rank 4 to rank 6 deity in one night. This speed. Others might not be as fast as you even in 10 years. Lin Yu was very shocked. The divine realm was not a low-level plane, and it was extremely difficult to break through one level here. But Luo Tian seemed to be playing around. Breaking through twice in one night, what kind of concept was this? Luo Tian said, "It's because I'm handsome. That's why I broke through so quickly." Still talking nonsense? If you break through so quickly, you can kill the cobra. You'll still be tortured. Lin Yu glared at Luo Tian, then said to Madman Su, Guzhongtian, and a few outer sect disciples whose legs were trembling, "You guys work together to hold back one of the cobras. Leave the other two to us." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yu was like a jumping sprite in the blood mist, flashing quickly. It was completely different when a beauty gave orders. Those outer sect disciples who were afraid immediately became strong, as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and all of them wanted to show off in front of Lin Yu. Huff! Luo Tian took a deep breath, looked at Lin Yu's speed, and said softly, "After being unconscious, your cultivation has indeed increased. Looks like the dark energy in my body is quite helpful to you. But I'll kill this cobra first. The flaming fruit on the demonic tree only needs a little more fire essence to activate. The 3rd chapter has been delivered. There are 2 more chapters today." Chapter 1584. In addition to breaking through, there was an even bigger reason for the night's hunt, which was to absorb the fire essence, the fire element that could activate the burning fruit. Any demon beast in the Flame Mountain range contained the essence of fire. Luo Tian would be able to absorb these demon beasts after killing them, and the demon tree in his mind would naturally absorb the essence of fire and provide it to the burning fruit. The entire night of hard work. Just a little bit more. Luo Tian could even smell the fire energy emitted by the burning fruit. Excitement. I hope this cobra can activate me. Then, Luo Tian took a step forward and shouted, "Third miss, give me strength!" As soon as he finished, Luo Tian had already rushed forward. Divine fire! Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! With a move of his right palm, flame shot out, and then he shouted in his heart, "God explosion!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! His strength multiplied. Luo Tian leaped into the air. Lin Yu released a mist of blood onto Luo Tian's body. His strength increased once again, and he aimed at the cobra's head and smashed it down. The snake's tongue was like lightning. It flickered crazily. The 2 fangs were especially sharp and carried a dark green venom. The moment it saw Luo Tian jump up, its throat rolled, and then a thick flame sprayed out, directly engulfing the divine fire. However, the divine fire ignored all attacks and directly pierced through. Luo Tian faced the flames that shot out. His fists were like hammers as he bombarded them like a torrential rain. The dark energy on his fist continuously bombarded the surface of the flames. The flames that shot out were like a piece of scrap iron that was punched by Luo Tian, unable to get close to his body at all. The divine fire smashed onto the cobra's head. The snake's head trembled slightly and was stunned. There was no instant kill. The other 2 snake heads immediately turned and formed a line of defense, instantly blocking Luo Tian. "You think you can stop me like this?" Explode! Luo Tian did not retreat. The power on his fist suddenly increased, and the idea sank. "Aren't you awesome? Let me see your awesome strength again. Kill it for me." The will of darkness moved slightly. The power of darkness was released from the Godhead. They instantly converged on Luo Tian's fists. Dark Do Chi twined. Lin Yu's expression changed as she cried out to herself, "It's out, it's out!" It's even stronger than the last time he used his dark Do Chi. In just one day, his cultivation has broken through, his strength has increased, and even his dark Do Chi has increased. Furthermore, he seems to be able to control it as he pleases. He was shocked. The surrounding people did not know what the dark flame on Luo Tian's fist was. They only knew that it was very strong. As long as Lin Yu knew, she was very clear. Every time she saw Luo Tian release his dark dou qi, she became excited and envious. Even god kings and sovereigns were envious of his strength. How could she not be envious? Lin Yu thought to herself, who are you? Where did this dark dou qi come from? He really wanted to know. At this moment, Luo Tian's right fist punched out, and his left fist punched out. One fist aimed at a snake head, and both fists moved at the same time. Like a cannon firing, a dark devouring power shot out, directly entangling the two snake heads. With a thought from Luo Tian, explode for me. Boom! The two snake heads were directly devoured by the dark dou qi. The snake heads were completely gone. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. They were completely devoured by the power of darkness, so strong that it was a mess. Luo Tian's heart was also incomparably excited, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Ha ha ha, this power is really *king awesome. But what is this dark power? How can there be such a powerful force in my body? If not for the dark dou qi protecting him, he would not have been able to withstand the attacks of these beasts. Just relying on the power of a rank 6 deity? No, just relying on the power of God Explosion, God Flame, and the bloodline of the 4 deity beasts was not enough. The reason why Luo Tian was able to survive until now was because of the unending supply of dark battle aura within his body. However, Luo Tian didn't know that this dark energy was dark battle aura. He didn't know that the dark divinity within his body was the crystallization of the power of darkness tempered by 999 heavenly tribulations. Of course, he also did not know what this dark power, dark divinity, dark will, and dark dou qi meant. If this power was completely unearthed, it would be so powerful that the entire deity realm would tremble. 2 snake heads were killed. The cobra only had 1 head left. After Luo Tian killed it, the fainted snake head suddenly stabbed out, its entire body turning scarlet red. Damn! Oh no! Luo Tian secretly cried out. Lin Yu, his eyes widened as she shouted, "Be careful!" At the same time, the blood mist released from her body became even thicker, forming a blood mist wall in front of Luo Tian. Rumble, rumble, rumble! The flames erupted like a volcano erupting. Directly towards Luo Tian, the blood mist shield emitted crackling sounds as the flames pierced through the blood mist wall. Directly towards Luo Tian. Mother ****. After losing 2 heads, you still don't know how to remember. You still dare to be arrogant? Luo Tian shouted in his heart. With a thought, he transformed into the rank 4 king, level rock fireworm king. His fat body was like lava, illuminating the night as if it was daytime. Let's see whose flame is more ferocious. His mouth moved. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Streams of magma and flames shot up. Lin Yu, his face darkened. Rock fireworm king? Isn't this the beast in the canyon? Why did it suddenly become him? He should have turned into a beast. What kind of strange cultivation technique did he cultivate? One must know that no matter how powerful the cultivation technique in the lower planes is, it is useless in the divine realm. It is unable to break free from the shackles of the laws. How did he do it? She did not understand. The one who killed Han Xiu was the giant flame scorpion. Now he had turned into the rock fireworm king. What was going on? She was completely stunned. This man had too many secrets. Lin Yu, secretly said in her heart, "Humph, I must find out all your secrets. Next time, if I give you something stimulating in my blood, I won't be able to stop you." Rumble, rumble, rumble. Flames soared to the sky. The beasts bombarded each other. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. The disciples in the assembly area looked at the sky and were all dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? Are the beasts fighting? Seems like that kid. Sigh, what a pity. Zhang Ao sighed and said in his heart, I must report this to the mansion master. On the city wall, Lin Hun's face was full of smiles. Ha ha ha! That dog went against me. Are you happy now, brother? You can rest in peace in the underworld. That kid is dead. The 4th chapter has been delivered. There are more chapters today. Chapter 1585. Under such circumstances, it would be hard to survive. Even if they managed to survive, they would be useless. Lin Hun laughed happily. Not only was Luo Tian going to die, Lin Yu was going to die too. This way, he would be able to take revenge for his brother. He was in a good mood. This is the result of going against me. Lin Hun laughed coldly and said, All of you guard this place well. Don't let anyone in. Do you understand? Yes. Lin Hun walked down the city wall. While walking in the square of the village, Zhang Ao and a group of inner sect disciples were looking at him coldly. Lin Hun laughed coldly and didn't reply. He snorted in his heart. Report to the prefecture head? Then all of you have to be alive to return. Wait until I get the 9 Suns flower. What can Lin Zhan do to me? I want Shengtian Prefecture to be mine from now on. Ha ha ha. One more day. Tomorrow, when I reach Assembly Point 3, I will be able to get the 9 Suns flower. Tomorrow is the only day left. Thinking about what would happen tomorrow, Lin Hun's blood boiled. At the same time, he also quickly returned to his room to rest and prepare for tomorrow. Senior brother, what should we do? Zhang Ao sighed and said, He definitely won't be able to survive. Let's go back and rest. We will reach the training grounds tomorrow. Don't forget the mission that the prefecture head gave us. Rest up tonight and we will set off at dawn. Since the outcome was already like this, he couldn't change anything. The only thing he could do was to return to Xintian Prefecture and tell the prefecture head about this. Everyone left. The village slowly quietened down. In the forest, after the clash, Luo Tian's rock flame Worm King was almost riddled with holes, and the 3-headed cobra was on the verge of death. It was the same, riddled with wounds. Its injuries were even more serious than Luo Tian's. The blood on its head had already reached the bottom. As the wounds on its body worsened, it would die in a few minutes. Lin Yu, Gu Zhongtian, Madman Su, and a few outer sect disciples were stunned. They stared blankly at Luo Tian's rock flame Worm King. They didn't know if they should be shocked or afraid. The battle between the demonic beasts just now was simply too shocking. Lin Yu walked to Luo Tian's side. Looking at its weak state, she gently cut her palm with her sword. Fresh blood dripped down. She said, My blood can heal your wounds. Don't move. The blood of the vampires was all-purpose blood. Luo Tian had already experienced this. Luo Tian was filled with gratitude. With a thought, he returned to his original body. He looked at Lin Yu seriously and said, Thank you. Lin Yu said, We should be thanking you. With this big snake dead, we'll be completely safe tonight. If it weren't for you, we would have died long ago. Lin Yu, his heart tightened. Looking at the exhausted outer sect disciples, she said, I will report this matter to my father. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Under his sleeves, he clenched his fists and thought to himself, Lin Hun, this matter isn't over yet. Luo Tian thought to himself, Report my ass. I'm going to kill it in the blazing mountain range. It's just that Luo Tian's mind moved as he sensed the demon tree in his mind. He looked at the burning fruit that was about to mature and be activated. He had absorbed the fire essence of the 3-headed cobra, but it still hadn't been activated. This made him a little annoyed. If the burning fruit was activated, he would immediately rush to the assembly point and destroy Lin Hun's anus. But it wasn't activated. The system showed that it was still lacking a little bit. Just a little bit. Luo Tian guessed that this little bit of fire essence couldn't be replenished by killing beasts. He thought of the 9 Suns flower that Lin Hun was looking for. Don't tell me I really need the 9 Suns flower to activate it. Ooh, no matter what. I'm definitely activating the burning fruit. Luo Tian made up his mind. No matter what, he had to activate the devil fruit. Having Ace's burning fruit was something he had imagined. He definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Definitely not. Just as Lin Yuer said, with the three-headed cobra dead, no other beasts dared to come. The forest regained its peace. Half an hour later, Gu Zhongtian groped his way back and whispered, "It's just as you expected. There are only a few outer sect disciples on routine patrol on the city wall. That old bastard Lin Hun has already gone to rest. The stockade is quiet. They should be resting to prepare for tomorrow's trial." Stamina was very important. Lin Yuer said, "Lin Hun definitely thinks we're dead. Under those circumstances, even my father would think that no one could survive." Crazy Sue asked, "Boss, what do we do next?" Luo Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Since they think we're dead, then we're dead." "Third Miss, do you know the route to Assembly Point 3? Lin Yuer said, "Yes." Luo Tian said, "Then we'll travel at night and reach the assembly point before them. Lin Hun's goal this time is definitely the Nine Suns flower. I'm afraid only he knows where the Nine Suns flower is. We'll hide first and find a chance to follow him. The more he wants something, the more I won't let him get it." "Want the Nine Suns flower? I don't care what you use it for. I won't let you get it." Lin Yuer said in shock, "Travel now? It's nighttime. There aren't any monsters here, but that doesn't mean there won't be any along the way." "There's more. What about them?" "We can't bring them along, can we?" Lin Yuer lowered her voice and looked at the outer sect disciples who were about to fall asleep. They had participated in the trial competition as Lin Hun's pawns. Luo Tian said, "They can't go, and they can't be discovered by Lin Hun." An outer sect disciple heard this and smiled bitterly. "Assembly Point 3 is not a place for us outer sect disciples to stay. Training there is no different from seeking death. You guys go. We'll return to Xintian Prefecture. Don't worry, we won't say a word to the first elder." "We won't say a word even if we die." The other disciples also stood up and said, "We won't say a word. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have survived tonight. You're our savior. No matter how cowardly we are, we won't betray our savior." Luo Tian looked at them seriously and said, "I believe you." "I won't say much either. Be careful on your way." Immediately after, Luo Tian said to Lin Yuer, "Let's hurry." After a night of trekking, finally, they arrived at Assembly Point 3 in the afternoon. They were the first wave. However, Luo Tian and the other three did not enter the assembly point, but hid in 4 places. They were waiting for Lin Hun. Luo Tian had to rely on him to lead the way to find the Nine Suns flower. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Tomorrow, the 4th chapter. I'll support whatever I have, haha. Chapter 1586. In the evening, Lin Hun rushed a group of slaves and more than 20 outer sect disciples to the assembly point. After staying at the assembly point for a while, he came out. "Grand Elder, it's getting dark. Where are we going at this time?" Lin Hun slightly said, "Of course, it's to bring you to the trial. If you do well in this trial, you can all become inner sect disciples, including you slaves. As long as you are obedient, I guarantee that all of you will be able to regain your freedom." Inner sect disciple? Is that true? The outer sect disciples were all extremely excited. The slaves were the same. They were extremely excited. To change their fate, Lin Hun only needed to say a word. Immediately, everyone became 100 times more spirited. "Grand Elder, let's hurry up." Lin Hun smiled faintly and said, "All of you follow closely. Don't be afraid no matter what you encounter. I will guarantee your safety." He had already scouted the path along the way. Even at night, he wouldn't encounter a single demon beast. This was also why he dared to travel at night, because the growing environment of the Nine Suns flower was very special. Lin Hun didn't walk very fast. At this time, he was very clear that he couldn't lose another slave or an outer sect disciple. Their lives were extremely important to him, and whether or not he could obtain the 9 Suns flower depended on them. Boss, Lin Hun brought the brothers from the slave camp and dozens of outer sect disciples towards the northwest. After Lin Hun left, Madman Su quickly came to Luo Tian's side to report. At this moment, Lin Yu, and Gu Zhongtian also came over. Luo Tian looked at Lin Yu, and asked, "What's in the northwest?" Lin Yu thought carefully for a moment and said, "There is a volcano. Could it be that the 9 Suns flower grows in the volcano?" The fire attribute of the 9 Suns flower. It would definitely grow in a scorching hot and sunny place. Moreover, its growth was nurtured by the heavens and earth, and it required 100 or even 1,000 years. During this period of time, it would constantly absorb the fire essence from the depths of the Fire Mountain Range. Luo Tian slightly said it should be. Third Miss, Madman, Zhongtian, you guys return to the assembly point. I'll go alone, Luo Tian said seriously. This time it was a narrow escape. He didn't want anyone to take the risk with him. Moreover, he wasn't sure himself. Lin Yu immediately said, "Wherever you go, I'll follow." If she encountered Lin Hun, she could still use the Mansion Master token to intimidate him. Furthermore, her father had clearly instructed her to protect Luo Tian. This was her lucky chance. Although Lin Yu did not quite understand her father's arrangement. However, if something were to happen to Luo Tian, she would be very sad. Furthermore, her breakthrough in cultivation would also slow down. She could not let Luo Tian take the risk alone. To Luo Tian, Lin Yu was a powerful support. However, Luo Tian still didn't want her to take the risk for him. "I'll be fine. Just wait for me at the assembly point." Lin Yu immediately said, "No, I want to go with you. If you die, it's important that someone collect your corpse." You're cursing me to death." Luo Tian laughed bitterly. Lin Yu said, "I'm not cursing you. I'm just telling the truth." Madman Su struggled for a moment before he said, "Boss, I won't be going. I'll only cause trouble for you if I go with my current cultivation. The divine energy here is much denser than the Shantian prefecture. I want to cultivate properly here and strive to break through to the 3rd rank of deity." He wanted to follow Luo Tian and take the risk. Very much. But he couldn't because of his strength. Along the way, the strength that Luo Tian had erupted with was too powerful, and he was completely unable to keep up with him. Sometimes he would feel flustered in his heart, afraid that he wouldn't be able to follow Luo Tian and take the risk. Gu Zhongtian said, "Third Miss, I won't be protecting you along the way. I'll give this mission to our boss." "Boss? She's the 3rd Miss of the Shantian prefecture. You know what I mean." As he spoke, he winked at Luo Tian. "The 3rd Miss of the Shantian prefecture. Once they had this relationship, they would have a much better life in the Shantian prefecture in the future." Luo Tian smiled and said, "All right, you guys go to the assembly point." Luo Tian and Lin Yu quickly followed. Because Lin Hun was leading a group of slaves, he didn't walk very fast, so Luo Tian and Lin Yu quickly caught up. Along the way, Lin Hun looked at the sky, then at the volcano spewing thick black smoke in the distance, and the 9 Suns flower was imprinted in his mind. "It's going to be mine soon, it's going to be mine soon, ha ha ha. As long as I refine all the fire essence in the 9 Suns flower, I will be able to raise my blood clan power to the highest level. As long as I bite someone, I will suck their blood essence dry, and all their skills will be mine. Ha ha ha. What is the inner sect? What is Lin Zhan? The entire Shengtian prefecture will be mine, ha ha ha." At this moment, Lin Hun was extremely excited, as if he was about to succeed. After 3 hours of rushing, they finally arrived at the foot of the volcano. It was extremely hot here, and everyone was sweating profusely. "Great Elder, why are we here at the volcano? The divine essence, aura, here has been swallowed by the volcano. We can't raise our skills here, an outer sect disciple asked curiously. Lin Hun smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I know that the divine essence aura around here has been swallowed by the volcano, but do you know why this volcano can swallow the divine essence aura? The reason is inside the volcano. Don't you want to break through quickly? Once you enter, you will know." It's the same for the slave camp disciples. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Those who are late will regret it. As he spoke, Lin Hun walked towards the volcano, towards the middle of the volcano, where there was a small crack. Flames kept flashing in the crack. Since Lin Hun was going, what reason did they have to not go? They quickly chased after him. In the dark, Lin Yu carefully sized up the volcano, and at the same time sensed the divine essence aura around. She frowned and said, "The divine essence aura within a few thousand kilometers is being sucked into the volcano. There must be something wrong with this volcano." Immediately, the two of them said in unison, "Nine Suns Flower!" Lin Yu muttered, "One person is enough to pluck the Nine Suns Flower. Why did Lin Hun bring so many slaves and outer sect disciples?" Luo Tian said, "All treasures of heaven and earth have protectors. Do you know why there aren't any beasts in this area? It's because of the protector beast's aura that ordinary beasts don't dare to approach. These slaves and outer sect disciples will definitely be used as cannon fodder." Lin Yu frowned slightly and said, "Lin Hun is too vicious, sacrificing so many lives for the Nine Suns Flower." Luo Tian said, "Stop talking, let's follow." Today, the first chapter of the 4 chapters had been delivered. Chapter 1587. Besides Luo Tian and Lin Yu, there's another group of people silently approaching. It was Zhang Ao, the senior brother of the inner sect. When he was in the Shengtian prefecture, he had received orders from the prefecture master to secretly investigate Lin Hun and see what he was up to. Zhang Ao had trained in the area many times. When he found out that Lin Hun had gone to the volcano, he was not worried. He was all too familiar with this path. However, he had some doubts. Does the Nine Suns Flower really grow in the lava? The lava in the Flame Mountain Range is different from other places. With such high temperatures, even a rank 8 deity like Lin Hun wouldn't be able to last long, right? Just as Zhang Ao was deep in thought, a man ran back. "Senior brother, Lin Hun has led the slaves and outer sect disciples into the crack. This crack is very hidden. We couldn't find it, even after searching for a few times. If he hadn't gone in today, we probably wouldn't have found it. Also, besides them, 2 other people have also entered the crack," the disciple said. Zhang Ao frowned and said, "There are 2 more people? Do you know who they are?" The disciple shook his head. "They were too far away. I was afraid of being exposed, so I didn't dare to get too close. However, I'm certain that those 2 people are definitely not Lin Hun's people." Zhang Ao nodded. "Take a few people and follow me in. The rest of you, guard the exit. Other than our own people, don't let even a mosquito fly out. Master has ordered that we have to get the Nine Suns Flower no matter what." "Yes, yes." Zhang Ao led 5 of the stronger inner sect disciples towards the crack's entrance. At this moment, Luo Tian and Lin Yu had already entered the volcano's crack. After passing through the crack, which could only fit 1 person at a time, the space immediately enlarged. The crimson lava illuminated the surroundings, and the air was filled with a pungent smell. Their clothes were instantly soaked. Lin Yu's exquisite curves were all exposed. Her pure white skin and the unique cold arrogance of the Blood Clan, as well as her perfect figure, made her the woman of everyone's dreams. "If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out." Lin Yu could clearly feel Luo Tian's fiery gaze on her. Furthermore, it was from her head to her toes, and then from her head to her toes. It was as if he had seen her naked body for him to see. This made her feel very uncomfortable. Her cheeks were also flushed red. It was just that it couldn't be seen under the scorching lava. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "You're walking in front of me. If I don't look at you, where can I look? Besides, you're soaking wet, and your clothes are sticking to your flesh. Also, your clothes are transparent, so it's hard for me not to look at your curvy figure. Do you want me to sneak a peek, or do you want me to do it openly? Anyway, I don't have any evil thoughts. I usually just look at it openly. If you have any evil thoughts, then it can only mean that your thoughts are really not pure. Young girl, you're in love." He had an evil grin on his face. He even said it so seriously. He was lying with a straight face. Lin knew, or couldn't find a reason to refute. She glared fiercely at Luo Tian and said, "You're the one who's in love." Luo Tian glanced at her perky buttocks and said, "Too tempting. If looks could kill, Luo Tian would have been killed by Lin Yu, or hated this flame mountain range. Once she entered the mountain, the heat was unbearable. She had been controlling her body temperature, but she couldn't stop sweating. Every time she sweated, she would be soaked, coupled with the clothes she was wearing, not to mention humans. Even demons would be impulsive. Suddenly, there was a scream in front of them. Luo Tian frowned and immediately rushed in front of Lin Yu. He shielded her behind him and said, "Something's wrong." He didn't know if it was intentional or not. When Luo Tian shielded Lin Yu, behind him the demon claw just happened to be placed on Lin Yu's huge breasts. Lin Yu's eyes were about to spit fire. She stared at the back of Luo Tian's head and wanted to smash it down. Moreover, Luo Tian still pretended that he didn't know anything and scratched a few times. Lin Yu stared at the demon claw on her breasts and gritted her teeth in anger. Huff! False alarm. Nothing's wrong. Someone must have died from the heat. Luo Tian turned and looked at Lin Yu. She looked like she was about to explode. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Who made you unhappy? Tell me, I'll definitely make him pay. Lin Yu stared at Luo Tian with a murderous look. She didn't say anything and just stared at Luo Tian. After Luo Tian turned around, his hand was still on her breasts. It was soft and bouncy. That feeling was amazing. Wow. Feeling Lin Yu's murderous look, Luo Tian didn't immediately remove his hand. He still pretended that he didn't know anything and said, "Let's chase after them. Lin Hun should be here soon." With that, he quickly chased after them. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Lin Yu stood where she was. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her head. She wanted to chop Luo Tian up. It was really not good to expose herself here. If they were outside, she would have already done it. "I'll settle this with you when we get out." Gullilu, gullilu, gullilu. The lava was bubbling like boiling water. This was the bottom of a volcano. The surrounding magma was like a lake, a tumbling lake. The scorching heat was unbearable. In the center of the magma lake there was a protruding black rock, and on the rock there was a flame-like flower. The flower's roots were deep in the lava. The flower petals opened slightly. The flower bud was something like a fire crystal. It's ripe. It's ripe. The time is just as I predicted. Ha ha ha. 9 suns flower, a ripe 9 suns flower. I've swallowed it. Who in the 8 million territories of Shangtian Prefecture can be my opponent? Lin Hun was very excited. Immediately, Lin Hun shouted, "That's the 9 suns flower. Whoever picks it for me, I'll immediately guarantee him entry into the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. Grand Elder, it's at least 80 meters from here to the Black Rock. With our cultivation, we can't cross such a long distance," an outer sect disciple said. Indeed, if they couldn't even get close, they would be turned into powder by jumping over the lake. However, this wasn't the most dangerous place. Just as Lin Hun and the others entered, the surface of the lava lake began to stir. Huge, man-eating flowers stretched out from the lake. They were extremely huge. There were 2 more chapters today. Chapter 1588. The Guardian Beast of the Nine Suns Flower. Giant man-eating flower. The entire magma lake was filled with them. Beside the Nine Suns flower, a man-eating flower king rushed out from the bottom of the magma lake. Magma flowed down from its branches and leaves. The scene was extremely terrifying, and its man-eating mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Teeth that couldn't be found. It was as if a meat grinder was turning. The originally boiling magma lake became even more lively after being stirred up by these man-eating flowers. However, all of this did not affect the Nine Suns flower at all. Countless drops of lava splashed onto the petals of the Nine Suns flower and were instantly absorbed. There was no change at all. The Nine Suns flower was a supreme existence of the fire attribute, an incomparably powerful existence. Even if the entire lava poured down, it would not be harmed at all. There's a monster. Monster. Fire Mountain Range has never had a plant demon beast before. These giant flowers are too powerful. Run. Everyone run. It was a mess. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked. Who would still have the mood to care about the inner sect disciples? Who cared about freedom? All they thought about was saving their lives. If they didn't run now, they would lose their lives. However, it was unknown when Lin Hun had already blocked the exit. The powerful aura of the divine essence was released from his body, directly blocking all of them. He shouted in a deep voice, "Outer sect disciples, listen up. Throw all of these trash slaves down." Lin Hun, you're a bastard. Lin Hun, F***CK, your ancestors. You tricked us here just to feed these man-eating flowers. You're too heartless. The slaves immediately cursed. However, it was useless. The outer sect disciples did not move, but looked at each other. Lin Hun said, "Once these man-eating flowers are full, they will sink down to digest. These slaves are enough, and when the time comes, all of you will enter the inner sect. I, Lin Hun, promise you." It was very difficult for him to chase these slaves into the magma lake by himself. Moreover, catching this and running away, he had to rely on these outer sect disciples. The disciples' faces turned ruthless as they shouted at the slaves, "Are you going to jump down yourself? Or do you want me to throw you down?" They chose to help Lin Hun. Dozens of slaves were forced to the edge. Some were begging for mercy, some were cursing, and some were regretting it. Pudong, a slave, fell down. Before he could fall into the magma, he was swallowed by a man-eating flower. As Lin Hun said, the man-eating flower immediately dived down and didn't show its head again. Those outer sect disciples immediately became excited. There were enough slaves here. These slaves could feed all the man-eating flowers in the lava lake. When the time came, they wouldn't need to go down and die. He worked even harder. Lin Hun looked at the Nine Suns flower swaying gently on the black rock. He could not wait any longer. Immediately, "You trash!" Lin Hun took a step forward and rushed into the group of slaves. He grabbed a slave and threw him into the lava lake. Crack! Crack! Another man-eating flower dived down. Plop! Pudong! Slaves kept falling down and being devoured by the man-eating flowers. In the distance, Luo Tian and Lin Yu are watched on. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop it, but with his current strength, he couldn't stop it at all. In the end, he would be thrown into the lava lake like these slaves. Lin Hun was already impatient. At this time, even if Lin Yu took out the prefecture master's token, it would be useless. Then again, the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong survived. This was the law of survival in this world. Their deaths only proved this point. However, Luo Tian secretly said, "Don't worry, I will make him accompany you in death." Lin Yu could not bear to watch any longer. She said in a low voice, "Although they are all slaves, they are still lives. This Lin Hun is too vicious. He is willing to sacrifice so many lives for the Nine Suns flower." Don't you want to stop it? Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian shook his head and said, Can we stop it? This world is like this. People eat people. If you don't want to be eaten, you have to become stronger. Third miss, you better not leave. Otherwise, even if you take out the prefecture master's token, Lin Hun won't buy it. Also, I will definitely not save you. Lin Hun wanted the 9 Suns flower. Luo Tian was the same. He needed the 9 Suns flower to activate the flaming fruit. He needed the flaming fruit to make himself stronger. Only then could he find Shui, and Chun Chun, Xian, and the rest. Only then could he go to the infernal court to save Dan and the rest. All of this required strength. The flaming fruit. It had to be activated. If Lin Yu really went out to die, Luo Tian would definitely not help. What they had to do now was to wait for the right time. Lin Yu looked at Luo Tian's cold face. She knew in her heart that Luo Tian was not joking. She wanted to save these slaves, but Luo Tian was right. If she went out, she would not be able to change anything. Instead, she would lose her life. One by one, the man-eating flowers sank. The boiling magma lake regained its calm, leaving only the man-eating flower king beside the 9 Suns flower. At this moment, there were no more slaves. An outer sect disciple asked, Great Elder, what do we do now? What do we do? Lin Hun grinned sinisterly. His divine essence aura formed a crushing force, instantly crushing all of them. He directly grabbed a disciple beside him and said, Of course, I'll send you guys down too. For my hegemony, sacrificing you ants, you should feel extremely honored. Ha ha ha, whoosh! A person flew up and landed beside the man-eating flower king. Kacha! It was swallowed in one gulp. It did not sink. Another outer sect disciple was sent flying. Lin Hun said excitedly, Eat, I have plenty here, ha ha ha. He had already experimented at the beginning. As long as these man-eating flowers ate something, they would dive down. As for the man-eating flower king, it would eat a little more. As long as they were all full, it would be able to fly to the Black Rock and take the 9 Suns flower into its bag. He had planned all of this a long time ago. Otherwise, why would he bring these slaves into the Flame Mountain Range? The number of outer sect disciples was simply not enough. Whoosh! 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 More than 20 outer sect disciples were sent flying in just a few minutes. The man-eating flower king was also constantly devouring. In the end, it was full and its body slightly sank. The entire magma lake regained its calm. The 9 Suns flower was right in front of him. Lin Hun was excited. 9 Suns flower, ha ha ha. I'm coming. His palm moved. A fire avoidance pearl appeared in his hand, and the scorching temperature instantly dropped. Lin Hun moved in the air and directly flew towards the black rock in the middle of the magma lake. At the same time, Luo Tian shouted, Do it! The 3rd chapter was delivered. There was still one more chapter at night. Chapter 1589. Attack! He had to block Lin Hun's path before he returned. Make it so that he couldn't get ashore. As long as he was attacked by Luo Tian, he would die in the magma lake and all the items on his body would be dropped by him. As a boss, the chances of the 9 Suns flower dropping on him were extremely high. Lin Yu was startled. At this moment, Luo Tian had already rushed out. Just as he got close, white smoke rose from the back of his hand, and the water in his body evaporated crazily. Hot, the heat was unbearable, and his entire body felt as if it was about to be roasted. It was incomparably uncomfortable, and the clothes on his body felt as if they were about to melt and stick to his flesh. Lin Yu hurried over, releasing the blood mist from his body. Luo Tian's body slightly improved. However, Lin Yu's expression was somewhat pained and said, It's too hot here. It will quickly dry up the water in our bodies. I can't hold on for too long. Her physique was different from others. She was the blood tribe. All of her power came from the blood flowing in her body. Under such a high temperature, the blood would quickly evaporate out of her body, so the pain she endured was several times that of an ordinary person. It was extremely uncomfortable. The temperature of the magma lake was too high. Luo Tian glanced at Lin Yu and said, "Retreat to the side first. Protect yourself. I can do it alone." At this moment, "Ah, ha, ha, 9 Sunsflower, 9 Sunsflower, I finally got you." Lin Hun leaped onto the black rock and looked at the 9 Sunsflower that was like a fire spirit. His expression was extremely excited, and at the same time he discovered that Luo Tian and Lin Yu were standing beside the magma lake. His eyes were filled with shock, but he quickly recovered and sneered. "I didn't expect you 2 dogs to still be alive. It's best that you're not dead. That way I can personally kill you and avenge my brother." Immediately after, Lin Hun squatted down and carefully looked at the blooming 9 Sunsflower. His expression was ecstatic, and with a move of his right hand, he instantly grabbed the stem of the 9 Sunsflower and pulled. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening sound of thunder came from the bottom of the magma lake. It was as if a huge monster was moving its body. The entire lake began to tremble violently, and the magma began to churn. The magma that burst out was already more than a meter high, and it could erupt at any time. The temperature of the entire space soared rapidly. Lin Yu's face was already turning pale, and her lips were cracked. She was severely dehydrated. "Ha ha ha, mine. I've finally gotten it. What is Linjian? What is Xingtian Prefecture? Soon, all of you will be trembling under my feet. Ha ha ha." Lin Hun's excited expression was extremely ferocious. It was as if he was #1 in the world. Holding the 9 Sunsflower, he leaped up and glared at the darkened Luo Tian. He said, "Bastard, scram!" Boom! Dense spirit essence burst out. At the same time, a bloody mist shot out from his body. Lin Yu's brows twitched as she shouted, "Be careful!" Immediately after, the bloody mist in her body became thicker and turned into a ball of gas to block it. Luo Tian stood in the darkened area and said, "You want to go ashore? Get down." His fists moved. The 4 divine beasts of darkness bloodline burst out. 2 punches were thrown out, directly shattering Lin Hun's divine aura. At the same time, 2 bloody mists collided. Buzz! Lin Yu was sent flying and fell unconscious. Lin Hun's body swayed slightly in the air. He was furious as he snorted and said, "I didn't expect the blood of the blood race in your body to strengthen so much in just 2 days. If not for the fact that my cultivation is higher than yours, I wouldn't be your match." However, at the edge of this unbearably hot magma lake, the blood in your body has almost evaporated. Ha ha ha! High temperature is the natural enemy of the blood race. The feeling of your body being sucked dry must be very satisfying. Ha ha ha! It's just a pity for you, the #1 beauty of Shangtian Prefecture. Ha ha ha! He had the fire spirit pearl on him, which could block most of the blazing flames. Lin Hun, who was in midair, stared at Luo Tian and said, "Brat, your little wife is about to die, and you're still guarding me here? If you don't bring her out, she will really die." Luo Tian was indifferent. Lin Hun frowned and said, "Don't tell me you want the 9 Sunsflower too?" While they were talking, he raised the 9 Sunsflower in his hand and laughed disdainfully. "A trash like you wants to snatch the 9 Sunsflower from me. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Snatch it from me? Ha ha ha! I can easily play you to death." It was very disdainful. At the same time, Lin Hun was a little frustrated. If Luo Tian kept guarding the darkened area, it would not be easy for him to go ashore. However, with his current cultivation, he could not last long in the air. In addition, the turbulence at the bottom of the magma lake was getting stronger and stronger. He was worried that the man-eating flowers would rush out. Lin Hun pretended to be calm and laughed. "Brat, do you think I'm lying to you? If you don't take her out, she really will die. She's the 3rd young miss of Shengtian Manor. If you save her life, you can definitely enter the inner sect and even become the son-in-law of Shantian Manor. This is your chance to leap through the Dragon Gate. I can guarantee you that I definitely won't do anything to you. I need to hurry up and refine the 9 Suns flower." Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Are you afraid?" "Huh." Lin Hun was immediately enraged and said, "I'm afraid? The 9 Suns flower is in my hands. Who am I afraid of? Afraid of you? With just you, a piece of trash of the 6th step? What a joke." His body was sinking. He really couldn't hold on any longer. Suddenly, rumble. A stream of magma spewed out. An incomparably huge man-eating flower rushed out from the surface of the lake, like the most primitive and ferocious creature. Its long roots directly swung out, wrapping around Lin Hun's heel and fiercely pulling. Hooah! Lin Hun's heel immediately caught fire. His face turned sinister. At this time he couldn't care so much. All the strength in his body erupted as he roared, "You dogs, scram!" He rushed straight to the shore. He had to give it his all. As long as he reached the shore, these man-eating flowers would not be a threat to him. As for Luo Tian, it was the same. He would kill Luo Tian and all the disciples of the Shangtian mansion in the assembly point. The matter of him obtaining the 9 Suns flower must not be spread out. He was only a meter away from the shore. Half a meter! 10 centimeters. Lin Hun was about to laugh out loud. However, in that instant, the man-eating flower's strength suddenly increased. His body sank. Plop! Only one hand was placed on the rock by the shore, and this was only holding onto the supreme treasure, the 9 Suns flower. Lin Hun glared at him. "What do you want to do?" "The 9 Suns flower is mine." At this time, Luo Tian took a step forward, directly stepping on Lin Hun's hand, and laughed. "It's mine now." The 4th chapter has been delivered. Brothers, good night. Chapter 1590. Damn slave, what do you want to do? "The 9 Suns flower is mine. It's mine. No one can take it away." Lin Hun struggled with all his might, but the man-eating flower vines wrapped around his feet were too strong. He couldn't break free at all. Coupled with the erupting lava and the high temperature of the fire spirit pearl, the clothes on his body were burning. He was very flustered. He thought that the man-eating flower wouldn't appear again after eating people. He didn't expect it to appear suddenly. Of course, all of this was because of the 9 Suns flower in his hand. How could the guardian beast get rid of it so easily? Luo Tian stepped on the back of Lin Hun's hand and laughed. "It was yours a second ago, but now it's mine." At this moment, Lin Hun no longer had the ability to resist. Luo Tian exerted force and twisted his heel, causing Lin Hun's hand to bleed. "You didn't expect me to still be alive, right? You want to kill me? Who's going to die now?" "Ah, you trash! How dare you steal my things? I want you to die a horrible death." Lin Hun scolded. The back of his hand was in pain. His fingers loosened. At this moment, Luo Tian snatched the 9 Suns flower from his hand. The moment he got the 9 Suns flower, the burning fruit on the devil tree in Luo Tian's mind trembled rapidly. Even Akainu's magma fruit was trembling. The 9 Suns flower contained too much fire essence. In addition, it had been absorbing the fire essence in the blazing mountain range for 1,000 years in this magma lake. The energy it contained was imaginable. Akainu's magma fruit was also of the fire attribute, so it was also trembling, as if it was excited and burning blood. "Ha ha ha!" Luo Tian laughed wildly in his heart. "Ace, burning fruit, I'm coming!" At the same time, the system sounded out. "Ding! Do you want to activate the burning fruit?" As long as he nodded in agreement, the burning fruit on the devil tree would be activated. Luo Tian would instantly possess the power of the burning fruit, just like Ace in One Piece. Ace's death, Luo Tian secretly shed a few tears in his previous life. He didn't expect that he would actually have his devil fruit in this other world. Therefore, he didn't consider Akainu's magma fruit at all. This was one of his wishes. Of course. Could the magma fruit be activated with the Nine Suns flower? This was still unknown. Luo Tian didn't dare to take too many risks. If he couldn't activate it, it would be too wasteful. Give it back. Lin Hun let out a heart-wrenching roar. 120,000 units of power erupted. Seeing the Nine Suns flower in Luo Tian's hand disappear, the anger in his heart made him instantly explode. Bastard, I want you dead! In an instant, his potential erupted. Breaking free of the man-eating flower vine, he grabbed Luo Tian's leg and pulled, using all of his strength to unleash the power of a peak rank 7 god. This move was simply too powerful. In addition, Luo Tian had focused all of his attention on the Nine Suns flower. He did not expect Lin Hun to be able to explode with such power. His body was sent flying. Luo Tian's face darkened. His body had already appeared above the magma lake. Below him was a group of man-eating flowers, all of them staring at him. Lin Yu slowly woke up. Seeing this scene, she instantly rushed forward. No! However, everything was too late. Lin Hun leaped up and directly flew to the shore. Those man-eating flowers were the guardian beasts of the Nine Suns flower. Whoever had the Nine Suns flower would be their target. They did not chase after Lin Hun, but instead all rushed towards Luo Tian, as if they wanted to tear him apart and eat him. Ha ha ha! This is the result of snatching something from me. Go to hell! Lin Hun stood in the dark, extremely furious, staring at Luo Tian, who was in midair. There was an indescribable hatred in his heart. Nine Suns flower. He had waited for a full 10 years, but at the last moment, all his efforts were in vain. It was all because of this slave in front of him. He hated it. He hated it very much. So much, so that before Luo Tian was eaten by the man-eating flowers, he moved his body, grabbed Lin Yu's hair, and fiercely threw the extremely weak Lin Yu onto the ground. He laughed maniacally and said, "Ha ha ha! You destroyed my Nine Suns flower. I will use your woman as my target." Lin Zhan values this daughter so much. Her blood is also the purest in the blood race in Shengtian Prefecture. I will suck her blood dry, but before I suck her dry, I will let her have a good time. Ha ha ha! You dog! You asked for all of this. As he spoke, he pulled Lin Yu's hair for a while. Such a beautiful woman, known as the #1 beauty in Shengtian Prefecture. As her uncle, I must have a good time. I have never played with a woman from the blood race. Today, I must have a good time, haha. Lin Yu was extremely weak. Under the blazing heat, her blood felt like it was drying up. This was fatal to the blood race. However, she had forgotten the pain now. Seeing Luo Tian slowly falling from the sky, her heart couldn't help but ache. Isn't it a very satisfying thing to watch the man you love die? You bitch, you asked for all of this. You actually used the prefecture chief's token to suppress me, just for such a useless slave. Today, I will let you know what it means to be a man, ha ha ha. Lin Hun was excited. He wanted to vent the hatred in his heart, vent his anger. So many years of hard work was gone just like that. He had to vent this hatred, vent it out without caring about the consequences. Plop! Luo Tian fell into the magma lake. The boiling magma quickly swallowed his body. At this moment, those man-eating flowers leaped up high, and at the same time, all of them rushed towards Luo Tian. The entire magma lake splashed with flames that were tens of feet high, and the surrounding temperature became even hotter. This volcano also became unstable and could erupt at any time. Seeing the scene, Lin Yu's heart was completely dead. No one could survive such high temperature. No one. Even a stage 9 god expert would not be able to. Moreover, and with so many man-eating flowers, it was even more impossible. His heart ached like death. It was very uncomfortable. Even his tears could not flow out, as they were evaporated by the high temperature. Lin Hun laughed wildly, ha ha ha. You dog, are you satisfied? Going against snatching Lousy's things, do you think you can live? This lava can burn your divine sense and soul into nothingness. You won't even be able to become a ghost. Ha 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 now. I want to ruthlessly ravage this bitch, and then suck all the blood in her body, ha ha ha. Without the 9 suns flower, it's the same with her blood, ha ha ha. Lin Hun's gaze turned and stared at Lin Yu, or on the ground. Little beauty, come. Uncle will take good care of you. Activate. Burning fruit. The first chapter was delivered. Chapter 1591. Activate. Flaming fruit. The moment before Luo Tian fell into the magma lake, he activated the flaming fruit. At the same time, the flaming fruit ripened on the demon tree and fell down, just like the leaves of the ancient tree. The moment it landed, the flaming fruit disappeared. Luo Tian's body was instantly filled with a strong and explosive flame power. He could clearly feel it. It was different from the one in One Piece. They didn't feel anything after eating the fruit, but Luo Tian could clearly feel the explosive power in his body, spreading to every corner of his body. Every cell was filled with this power. Too strong. Is this the power of the flaming fruit? Ace, is this your power? Luo Tian was extremely excited. When he fell into the magma lake, his body turned into flames. The magma did not devour him. It didn't even hurt a single hair on his body. Because he was fire. His body was a ball of fire. During the Battle of the Top, he was killed by a Kainu, and he used the magma fruit. However, the magma here was completely different from Akainu's magma fruit. It did not reach that level at all. Therefore, Luo Tian was like being in water in the magma lake. He could not feel the heat at all, nor could he feel the devouring power of the magma. Moreover, the moment those man-eating flowers rushed down, Luo Tian's thoughts moved. Boom! 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 The flames on his body spontaneously ignited. The flames spread out. In less than half a minute, plop! Gudong! One after another, the man-eating flowers floated out of the lake. The fire attribute man-eating flowers were directly roasted dry, floating on the surface of the lake for a few seconds before slowly sinking down. In the end, they were swallowed by the magma, and the system beep kept ringing in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing man-eating flower for gaining 1200 experience points, 90 divine essence points. Ding! Plant demon beast cannot be replaced. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing man-eating flower for gaining 1200 experience points and 90 divine essence points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining fire essence. The fire essence was instantly absorbed by the devil tree's magma fruit. He sucked it very hungrily. However, the fire essence was like a drop in the bucket for activating the magma fruit. The magma fruit didn't react even after absorbing dozens of fire essence. It just hung there quietly. Luo Tian thought to himself, fortunately, I didn't choose to activate the magma fruit. If I didn't succeed, I would have turned into ashes. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The magma lake began to shake violently. Man-eating flower king. Luo Tian's expression changed. The man-eating flower he had just killed was just a root of this guy. It didn't even have 1/10,000th of the man-eating flower king's power. This man-eating flower king was a true guardian beast. It was a boss. Moreover, at this moment, the man-eating flower king was extremely angry. The power that exploded out. Luo Tian's mind secretly sank. The power of the burning fruit has not been fully developed yet. If I were to fight it now, I might not be able to win. And the most important thing right now is to kill Lin Hun. What was happening on the shore? When Luo Tian thought of Lin Hun's lecherous face, the roar in his heart could not help but burst out. Without a doubt, Lin Hun had touched Luo Tian's reverse scale, even though he had nothing to do with Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu was his powerful support, his powerful nanny, and had even saved her along the way. She had even taken out the palace master's token. And she was so beautiful. How could he not save such a beautiful girl? Was he still a man? Shortly after, Luo Tian moved and shouted, "Rise!" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The power of the flame moved, and a huge force shot out. Whoosh! A streak of flame flew up. At this moment, the man-eating Flower King was even more furious. The entire surface of the lake was filled with its roots, twisting crazily, continuously stabbing towards Luo Tian, who was in midair, wanting to restrain him. However, Luo Tian was a streak of flame. He nimbly dodged the man-eating Flower King's restraints and looked at Lin Hun, who was unbuttoning Lin Yu's clothes on the shore. He was furious. "Old dog, give me your life!" An angry roar. Lin Hun's body shook violently. He turned to look and realized that a flame was rushing towards him. His face was filled with shock. However, he reacted in an instant, and his divine essence formed a defensive wall to block it. As the flames got closer and closer to him, Luo Tian's face changed bit by bit. Lin Hun's eyes suddenly bulged out. "You're not dead yet. You lowly slave is not dead yet. You actually fused with the profound meaning of the fire essence and can transform into a flame. Is this the power of the 9 suns flower?" The more he spoke, the angrier Lin Hun became. All of this was originally his. All of it was his. Seeing Luo Tian turn into a flame and feeling the power of the flame emitted from Luo Tian's body, he was jealous and even more hateful. All of this originally belonged to him, but now Lin Hun was furious. He roared, "Go to hell!" He retracted his divine essence defense and turned it all into an attack. He punched towards Luo Tian's head. Luo Tian looked at the disheveled and weak Lin Yu on the ground. Looking at her haggard face, the anger in his heart rose 100,000 feet high. He roared, "Fire ring!" Boom! His right arm moved. It burned. The thick power of the flame gathered crazily and turned into a huge flaming fist. One shot. Boom! It collided. Boom! 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 The power was raging and colliding, and the sound of thunder was very ear-piercing. Lin Hun's face was pale. Even if he had the fire spirit pearl to avoid some of the impact of the flame, the power of this flaming fist was too strong. In addition to the furious Luo Tian, the power was even stronger. He was instantly sent flying. Luo Tian moved. His body turned into an afterimage. As though he had teleported, he landed beside Lin Hun. Without waiting for him to stand up, his right fist moved again. Fire fist! Boom! It landed directly on his chest. PFFF! Fresh blood spurted out. Fire fist! Boom! Lin Hun screamed like a pig being slaughtered. His chest was torn, and intense pain made him extremely afraid. "I'm the Outer Sect Elder. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. If you kill me, my Shengtian Prefecture will not let you off. Kid, you better!" Without waiting for him to finish. Fire fist! Boom! A fist landed on Lin Hun's face. "I better kill 18 generations of your ancestors." The second chapter has been delivered. Everyone, please support me. Old Bull thanks you. Chapter 1592. Kid, are you tired of living? I'm the great elder of the Outer Sect. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Lin Hun's voice was trembling. At this moment, his face was completely unrecognizable. His chest was split open, and his face was charred black. He wanted to fight back, but his power was completely suppressed. He was suppressed by the intense power of fire that Luo Tian was releasing. He was extremely vexed. When he had obtained the 9 suns flower, he should have immediately consumed it. Now, seeing how powerful Luo Tian had become, his intestines turned green with regret. Furthermore, he was about to die at Luo Tian's hands. A slave killing the great elder. This was definitely impossible in Xingtian manner. Moreover, Lin Hun was also considered a core member of Xingtian manor. If he was really killed by Luo Tian, who was a slave, even if Lin Hun was in the wrong, he would not be able to escape punishment. However, who was Luo Tian? He was not afraid of threats. I can't live, right? Luo Tian looked at the weak Lin Yu not far away. His eyes were filled with anger, and his entire body was burning. Even if I can't live, I will kill you! Boom! The flames moved. An all-out attack. It landed on Lin Hun's head, and a wave of divine essence blocked it. Luo Tian's fist pressed down. Break! Crack! The divine essence defense shattered. A fist landed on Lin Hun's head, and the fist continued to press down. Lin Hun was so scared that he peed his pants and shouted for help. Spare me, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Let me go. From now on, I will be your slave. I will be absolutely loyal to you. I don't care about trash like you. Luo Tian interrupted him, and his fist sank. Explode! Bang! The flame fist directly smashed Lin Hun's head. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Lin Hun for obtaining 30,000 experience, 300 divine essence, and 120 origin energy. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Fire Spirit Pearl. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the refining technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining blood essence. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian. Ding! Sin +1. A series of system notifications rang out. Lin Hun was just a small boss. Although he didn't drop anything good, the fact that he had dropped so many items was already pretty good. Luo Tian focused his mind and confirmed the crafting skill. There was an extreme shortage of weapons in the god domain. After killing a few people, only Lin Tai had dropped a trash profound iron sword. He needed to forge a weapon that belonged to him, tailor-made. Immediately after, Luo Tian glanced at the attributes of the Blood Clan's essence blood, and his heart trembled. This is the source of the Blood Clan's power? All the power comes from the blood, but it's useless to me. He put it aside and didn't study it in detail. After dealing with Lin Hun, Luo Tian immediately ran to Lin Yu's side and placed the Fire Spirit Pearl in her palm. Then he carried her and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring you out." At this moment, the man-eating Flower King in the lava lake continued to churn. The surrounding rocks continued to fall. The long roots wreaked havoc. Luo Tian glanced at it. If he had enough time, he might be able to kill it. But if he stayed any longer, the blood in Lin Yu's body would be sucked dry. He couldn't wait any longer. The Blood Clan can survive as long as they have blood. My blood! Luo Tian thought of the vampires in the movies in his previous life. He didn't care whether it was useful or not, and directly cut his palm. Fresh blood flowed out and placed it on Lin Yu's mouth. The fresh blood flowed into Lin Yu's mouth. At this moment, Lin Yu seemed to have been electrocuted. Her body trembled and her eyes flashed red. Her entire body started to spin like an engine, and at this moment, she suddenly sucked hard on Luo Tian's palm. In the Godhead, the black power was enraged. Luo Tian had a thought and said, "Calm down. What's wrong with having your blood sucked?" "Ah, what's wrong? This is my blood, not yours. If you dare to stop me, I will not let you off easily, no matter what." He wanted to stop the dark power from devouring Lin Yu. She was already weak. If she was devoured by the dark power, Luo Tian was worried that Lin Yu wouldn't be able to take it. However, Luo Tian didn't know how precious his blood was. He didn't know how powerful his blood was. The dark power, the power of the 4 divine beasts. Now, it had fused with the burning fruit. Any one of them was an extremely powerful existence, especially the dark power. After being attacked by 9,999 heavenly tribulations, Luo Tian's blood contained an endless amount of dark power. It belonged to an ancient giant. Luo Tian didn't know about this at all. However, even if he knew, Luo Tian would still let Lin Yu suck it. It was very simple. This woman had helped him before. She couldn't die. The dark power hidden in the godhead retracted slightly and quietened down. Lin Yu sucked greedily. With Luo Tian's blood and the fire spirit pearl's ability to repel fire, her face gradually became rosy. However, she had sucked too much blood. Luo Tian couldn't take it anymore. However, Luo Tian didn't let go. He continued to let Lin Yu suck. Looking at the calm Lin Yu, in his arms and the two cute little canine teeth at the corner of her mouth, he smiled and said, "Suck, suck. Haven't you always wanted to suck my blood? Suck to your heart's content. Everything is settled now." Lin Yu sucked like a baby. Suddenly, the system interface popped up in Luo Tian's mind. Connection progress, 90%, a progress bar appeared in Luo Tian's mind. It was advancing bit by bit. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What is this? The system has changed back to the previous system. There has never been such a thing. Could it be that the previous system has been updated? What can I do even if it reaches 100%? Luo Tian didn't think too much about it. Although he was a little dizzy, he still let Lin Yu suck. A few minutes passed. Ding. Connection complete. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian and Lin Yu for completing the blood fusion. Do you want to control Lin Yu No. Luo Tian didn't even think about it and immediately rejected it. Ding. Rejection successful. Ding. Player Luo Tian and Lin Yu have completed the blood fusion. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the quest Capture Lin Yu, Oi's heart, create a relationship, and produce a crystal. Quest difficulty, SSS level quest reward. Give birth to a child with a supreme divine soul and natural divine king. Quest time, 10 years. Luo Tian was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. This quest is actually forcing me to have a child. Oh my God! Thank you, brothers, for your rewards. Thank you. Luo Tian was going to have children. Chapter 1593. Capture her heart. In order to have a relationship, he had to produce a crystal. He had seen all kinds of missions. There had never been a mission that forced him to give birth to a child. Comrade Little Flower, aren't you meddling too much? Luo Tian was a little unhappy in his heart. How could he be in the mood to marry a wife and have children? What he wanted to do now was to save Xue, and the others as soon as possible. Also, if you want to have a child, I'll have a child. You have to ask Lin Yu, if she agrees or not. How could this kind of thing be forced? Moreover, she was still a Strigoi. Could she get pregnant? No wonder this was an SSS level mission. As for the mission reward, Luo Tian was a little moved. Unparalleled divine soul, born divine king. How awesome is that? It's much more awesome than my father. One had to know that in the divine realm, the divine king was an existence that was even stronger than the dominator level. There weren't many divine king rankers in the entire divine realm. To be born in the divine king realm, this was too awesome, not to mention the supreme divine soul. It was something that ordinary divine king wouldn't even dare to think about. However, this was not strange. The power contained in Luo Tian's blood was unimaginably strong. The 4 divine beasts' bloodline, the burning fruit, the power of darkness, especially the power of darkness, the energy it contained was immeasurable. It was a power that Luo Tian could not imagine even if he racked his brains. If blood contained such a powerful force, then what about a man's most essential thing? One could imagine. So, it was reasonable for Luo Tian's child to be born as a divine king ranker. However, all of this had to be arranged by the system. This was the aspect that Luo Tian could not accept the most. Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief, looked at Lin Yu, or who had a peaceful face, like a little kitten that had eaten its fill, and laughed lightly, muttering, "The system wants me to sleep with you. Little kitten, what should I do? Should I make my move now, or should I wait for you to wake up? If you knew that our child would be born as a divine king ranker in the future, how would you feel? You would probably be afraid, right?" Huff! Luo Tian let out a heavy breath and said to himself, "The mission time is 10 years. No hurry, really no hurry." Thinking of this mission, Luo Tian felt even more pressure. It was as if someone was staring at him while he was having sex with a girl. No matter what, let's get out of here first. This place is no longer safe. Luo Tian turned his head and looked at the man-eating flower king wreaking havoc in the lava lake. Lava kept spewing out from the lake, causing the mountain to shake violently. The volcano was about to erupt. It would be very dangerous to stay here. At this moment, Zhang Ao rushed over with a few inner disciples. He excitedly looked at Luo Tian and said, "Are you the slave from last night in the jungle?" Luo Tian could feel that Zhang Ao was not hostile, so he nodded and said, "Yes." "Brother, you're too valiant." "Ha ha ha. We all thought you were dead, but who would have thought that you would actually survive? And you killed that old bastard Lin Hun. Strong, simply too strong, ha ha." Zhang Ao's face was filled with excitement. His personality was somewhat similar to Madman Su's. He admired the strong. Moreover, admiration was admiration. There was nothing else in it. Moreover, when Luo Tian killed Lin Hun, they had all seen it with their own eyes. Even they were unable to do it, especially when Luo Tian released the Ace Fire Fist. He directly crushed Lin Hun to the ground, unable to move. Zhang Ao was extremely excited and said, "Don't worry, no one will spread the news of Lin Hun's death. He fell into the lava and burned himself to death, and no one will dare to do anything to you when you return to the Xintian mansion." Then Zhang Ao said to the brothers beside him, "Lin Hun fell into the lava and died. Did you know that?" "Eldest senior brother, you don't need to tell us. We know what to do." "Understood. Don't worry. Even I want to kill this old bastard. He will do anything to achieve his goal. When I was still in the outer sect, I was bullied by him quite a bit." Luo Tian said, "Thank you, brothers." Zhang Ao laughed out loud and said, "We're all family. Why are you being so polite?" Here, Zhang Ao did not mention the matter of the 9 Suns flower. He was very clear in his heart that the 9 Suns flower had been devoured by Luo Tian. Otherwise, how could he have survived in the lava lake, much less be Lin Hun's match? The palace lord wanted him to obtain the 9 Suns flower, but now he did not want to become enemies with Luo Tian and did not want to make a move. More importantly, Luo Tian was still holding on to the 3rd Miss Lin Yu. So he could not make a move. He was clear in his heart, and so was Luo Tian. Why did Zhang Ao follow them? Of course, his goal was also the 9 Suns flower. If he didn't say it, Luo Tian naturally wouldn't say it either. The 9 Suns flower activated the burning fruit, but the development of the burning fruit still needed time. Fire Fist, Fire Dharma, Flame Spear, Crossfire, and the strongest move, Flame Emperor. Luo Tian needed to slowly comprehend all of these. It was like leveling up a skill. He needed to slowly activate the hidden power of the burning fruit. "Stop talking, the volcano is about to erupt. If we don't leave now, we will all die here," a disciple said. Everyone quickly left. Luo Tian carried Lin Yu all the way to the gathering point. On the way, Lin Yu had actually woken up a long time ago. After coming out of the volcano, her body temperature recovered, and she woke up. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she looked at Luo Tian. She was careful not to let Luo Tian notice her. She kept looking at him, at the man who was carrying her. His chin, his sharp face, and the firm muscles on his chest gave her a sense of security. It was as if even if the sky fell, she would not have to worry, as Luo Tian would protect her. At this moment, she was like a happy little woman, clinging to the embrace of her beloved man. It was very warm, very comfortable. Finally, with a sweet smile, she fell asleep in Luo Tian's embrace. Woo! Lin Yu stretched lazily, feeling very comfortable. She stretched out her hands and puffed out her chest. Her huge twin peaks seemed to be about to burst her clothes, and the deep ravine in the middle was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom, making one reluctant to return. "You're awake?" Luo Tian supported his head with one hand, and when he heard movement on the bed, he opened his eyes and saw Lin Yu stretching. He smiled knowingly. Lin Yu was shocked. His body suddenly shrank, and he immediately curled his body up and said, "Why are you in my room?" Then she immediately checked her body. Luo Tian laughed. "I've seen everything I need to see, touched everything I need to touch. Even if I'm wearing clothes, I can still feel it because it's all imprinted in my mind. Ha ha ha, you bastard." Lin Yu glared at Luo Tian angrily. She looked as if she wanted to eat someone. However, Luo Tian was the same, looking as if he wanted to eat someone. Now that she was awake, should he make a move? Let's start with a chapter. Those brothers with recommendation votes should vote for it. Chapter 1594. To do it or not to do it. This was not a problem at all. The key was Lin Yu's face was full of wariness. Force himself on her? Force? This was not what Luo Tian wanted. Seeing her frightened look, Luo Tian stood up. The moment Luo Tian stood up, Lin Yu hugged her knees even tighter, her nerves tense. "What do you want to do? Don't think that just because you saved me, I will repay you with my body. That is something only a fool would do." Luo Tian smiled bitterly. "Don't worry. Even if you want to repay me with your body, I have to consider it carefully." After saying that, Luo Tian turned and left the room. Now that Lin Yu had recovered, he did not want to stay any longer. His purpose in coming to the Flame Mountain Range was to break through, not to flirt with Lin Yu. He had so many women around him. If he wanted to flirt, he did not need to come to the Divine Realm. In the room, Lin Yu was still hugging her knees with her chin resting on them. Looking at Luo Tian's disappearing figure, her mind was filled with wild thoughts. She was even blushing a little. Obviously, this girl was thinking of love. After a long while, Lin Yu calmed down and sat down cross-legged. She closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. "My cultivation has directly broken through to the 8th level of the Divine Realm. What's going on?" What shocked her even more was that there was an additional power in her body that was not there before. This power was much stronger than his blood clan power. Furthermore, this power was like a seed, germinating and growing in the depths of her dantian. Every time it released a sliver of power, she could clearly feel how powerful it was. Lin Yu's heart tightened as she said to herself, "This power is so familiar. What kind of power is this? Could it be?" Lin Yu looked outside the room again. "It's his power. How did his power enter my body? What happened when I was unconscious?" She could not remember. She only knew that when she woke up, she was in Luo Tian's arms. She did not know what had happened in front of her. Immediately after, Lin Yu recalled Luo Tian's pale face before he left. Her heart skipped a beat as she murmured, "Could it be that he gave me his blood? His blood contains too much power, the power of the dark Doqi. This kind of power is much stronger than the power of the vampires, but his blood will backfire on me. Even if my blood is beneficial to the purity of my blood, it's impossible for me to break through in such a short time. Could it be that he can already control the dark Doqi?" She didn't know. However, at this moment, Lin Yu's heart was touched. Others might not know, but she was very clear. Luo Tian's blood was extremely precious. Blood that contained the power of darkness was an existence that even God Kings feared. In order to save her, he had allowed her to drink his blood. If she did not drink his blood, Lin Yu would not have been able to survive in that situation by the lava lake. For this reason, she was touched. Tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. She pouted and said, "Silly. Boss, boss." Madman Su and Gu Zhongtian stood up. Luo Tian asked, "How is it?" Madman Su said, "I have already touched the threshold of the third stage of Divine Expert. Give me a little more time, and I will be able to break through. The Divine Essence aura in the Flame Mountain Range is very dense, and after the volcanic eruption, the Divine Essence aura became even denser." Gu Zhongtian also said, "I'm also about to break through. In the past, when I was a slave, I couldn't cultivate. Now don't give me a chance, or else I will soar into the sky." Both of them were filled with confidence. Cultivating in the assembly area was extremely satisfying. Luo Tian said, "Then you guys continue to cultivate. There is still a period of time before the trial ends. You guys don't have to think about anything. Just focus on cultivating. Every day I will provide you with some demon beast's blood essence and raw meat. Eating these things will make your physique stronger. The divine essence aura in the demon beast body is also in the blood essence." The demon beast's breakthrough was also due to the divine essence aura that was nurtured between heaven and earth. Their blood essence contained a dense amount of divine essence energy. Eating it raw was the best way. If one roasted it, then the divine essence energy would be greatly lost. Madman Su said gratefully, "Thank you, boss." Luo Tian laughed. "Since you call me boss, then I have to take care of you, my little brother. Ha ha. Ha ha." The three of them laughed. Luo Tian did not tell them that everyone in the slave camp had died, leaving only the three of them. This was how the world was. Humans ate humans. If you were not strong enough, then you would be eaten by others. If you did not want to be eaten, then you had to become strong enough and stand at the peak of this world. Luo Tian was not strong enough. Very, very not strong enough. In this divine realm, compared to those sovereign rank experts, he was not even an ant. He had to quickly become strong. There were too many things waiting for him to do. The first step was to get rid of the threat of the ancient continent. Think of a way to kill Heavenly Tao Divine Lord. This was difficult. Extremely difficult. Luo Tian only knew that the Crown Prince was in Heavenly Tao City, which was more than 100 million kilometers away. He did not even know how to get there. The three of them casually chatted for a while. The sky slowly brightened. Luo Tian did not disturb their cultivation, and instead walked out of the gathering point. "Brother, where are you going?" Zhang Ao woke up early in the morning, and when he saw Luo Tian walking out of the gathering point, he could not help but ask. He was not worried about Luo Tian's safety. As someone who could even kill Lin Han, he had the ability to protect himself. Luo Tian said, "Big brother Zhang, where are the most demon beasts in the gathering point?" Zhang Ao was startled and said, "This is still the outer region of the Flame Mountain Range. The more demon beasts there are, the deeper you have to go." "That's true. These demon beasts' entire bodies are treasures. Bones, blood essence, fur, they can all be sold for money. In the divine realm, you can't do without money. How about this? Today you come with us. I'll bring you to hunt demon beasts, and we'll split the demon beasts equally. What do you think?" Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, a young man walked out from a luxurious building, coldly snorted, and said, "Zhang Ao, is your brain filled with shit? This brat is just a slave, and you want to split it equally with him? Don't tell me you want to go back to the slave camp too?" Ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished, many of the surrounding disciples, dressed in luxurious clothes, laughed. Zhang Ao's expression changed slightly and said, "Master Hailin, identity and strength are two different things, and we are all brothers of the Shinton Palace, so an equal distribution is naturally the most fair." Ha ha ha. Lin Hai laughed out loud and said with disdain, "A slave is born a slave, just like a dog can't change its tail." "Brat, I heard that you defeated Lin Tai and Han Xiu, the two stewards. Don't think that just because you defeated the two of them, you're awesome. In our eyes, you're not even worth a fart. Lin Hai looked at Luo Tian with disdain, not giving Luo Tian any face. He would never give the other party any face. With a sneer, he said, "Not defeat, but trample to death." The word death was especially heavy. The smell of gunpowder was intense. The second chapter was delivered. There should be a third chapter before 7 o'clock.